Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It's Tuesday, May 19th, 4:30 p.m. This is our regular city council meeting for today. We're going to call the meeting to order. And Melissa, would you call roll call, please?
Councilmember Welsh?
Here.
Councilmember Beal?
Here.
Councilmember Gregory?
Here.
Councilmember Strong is not present at this time. And Mayor Hammond?
Here. We have closed session items starting out. There's 3 items. Elizabeth Hall, would you tell us what we're going to be talking about?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We are going into closed session on 3 items this evening, as you said. The first is conference with legal counsel regarding real property negotiations pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. And the property is a portion of Pioneer Park located at 1910 Riverside Avenue. Agency negotiators are the city manager, and the negotiating party on the other side is the Pioneer Museum Foundation, Don Ernst, the Housing Authority of San Luis Obispo, Michelle Pettigill, the executive director. And then the other 2 items are public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B. The position is the city manager. And then public employee labor negotiations pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, sorry. City negotiator would be myself, the city attorney, and the unrepresented employee is the city manager.
Okay. We'll go ahead and then open it up to public comment. Anyone wishing to, Keith, you'd be there? Okay. Anyone wishing to have matters, and please line up. Keith, you're first. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Keith Boyd, resident of District 3. I just wanted to take a moment. It's regarding the performance evaluation of the city manager. One of the things that happens sometime in government, you always hear about the bad, you always hear about the complaints. The community comes forward, concerns. But I'm here because I wanted to commend the city manager and for the council to be aware of that there were issues in our area that concerns with what's going on. We had the public safety coffee morning. We went through some things, and I just wanted to acknowledge the responsiveness of the city manager to address the issues, to ensure that the city staff was working to address the issues in our area and elsewhere in the city, but also to be responsive to the member of the community. And so sometimes staff doesn't hear the thank yous for the work they do in government. Sometimes we're just expected to take it, and I just wanted to make sure council knew that the community member and his wife were appreciative of the steps the city's taken and the steps that the city manager took. And that concludes my comments.
Very good. Thank you, Keith. And thank you for your public service as well. Do we have anyone online?
No, sir.
Okay. We'll go ahead then and adjourn, and we'll be reconvening to the adjourned regular meeting at 6 p.m.
Testing.
Everybody ready? Good to go? Good evening, everyone. This is the Paso City Council meeting, the reconvening adjourned regular council meeting for May 19th at 6:15. And Elizabeth, will you go ahead and explain why we're doing a slightly different time start?
There we go. I'd be happy to, thank you. So as some of you may be aware, there was a city council agenda posted for this evening's meeting. On it, it indicated that the meeting would be held in the council chambers. The council chambers are still under construction. So earlier this afternoon, that meeting was adjourned pursuant to Government Code Section 54955, and we have reconvened that adjourned meeting here at the Norris Room. So the activities are all fixed up, and we are consistent with the Brown Act and prepared to go forward with this evening's meeting.
Very good, thank you. We'll begin with a pledge of allegiance and invocation by Pastor Pat Sheehan. Please stand. Join with me, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear Heavenly Father, as we take time this coming weekend to remember those who have paid the ultimate price to preserve this great union, may their sacrifice be remembered with thankfulness from those of us who live in the wake of their sacrifice. Like our founding fathers who declared that they would give their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor for this republic's newly declared independence from tyranny, we thank you, Father, for their sacrifice, and that by your grace we are still here nearly 250 years later. May you bless these United States of America abundantly.
Amen.
Father, tonight we thank you for Mayor Hammond, councilpersons Gregory, Bausch, Strong, and Beal. Fill them, Lord, with the spirit of wisdom and revelation and the knowledge of Christ for every decision before them tonight. Lord, bless and be with our police and emergency services personnel who bravely serve and protect us all. Give your grace to our city manager and all those whose labor for the city of Paso Robles benefits us all. Supply them with all they need to manage and care for this city. Lord, we ask your continued blessings upon Paso Robles and its outlying areas. We ask this in the name of your glorious Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Pat Sheehan from Family Worship Center. We'll have roll call now, Melissa.
Councilmember Bausch?
Here.
Councilmember Beal?
Here.
Councilmember Gregory?
Here.
Councilmember Strong?
Here.
Mayor Hammond?
Here. We'll begin staff introductions to my right.
Melissa Martin, City Clerk, joined by Mary Sponholz, Deputy City Clerk.
Warren Frace, Community Development Director.
Wyatt Lund, Recreation Program Coordinator. Dwayne Brown, Maintenance Services Superintendent.
Rita Esperanza, Public Works Chief Engineer. Monica Porter, Community Services Director. Linda Plata, Recreation Services Director. Amber Smith, Assistant Planner. Sam Phillips, Assistant Planner. Linda Frazier, City. Leanne Smith, Associate Planner. Karen Jackson, IT Technician. Will Bailey, City Librarian.
Megan Grant, Implementing Project Manager. Jay Evans, Deputy Fire Chief. Mr. Russell, Utilities Director. Amy North, Police Chief. Dawson Sled, Fire Chief. David Melvin, Assistant City Manager. Brian Mornell, Administrative Services Director. Gary Crowe, Public Works Operations.
Melissa Green, Public Works Management Skills. Kim Porter, Stormwater Management.
Paul Sloan, Economic Development Manager.
Chris Hewitt, City Manager.
And Elizabeth Hall, City Attorney.
Very good, thank you. Presentations tonight, we have 5. The first 3 I'll be doing, and then we have 2 more after that. So if I can begin with having our Assistant City Manager David Malwitz, and also working with the Public Works Department and Utilities Week. So get their crew up here and we'll give you a little presentation.
Mr.
David?
Mayor, while they approach, I would like to report out from closed session that there is no reportable action.
Great, thank you, sir. Keeping me honest, that's what you need. Not all, but many. That's great. Tyler up here? Tyler. Get on up here. This is a proclamation, National Public Works Utilities Week, May 17th through 23rd, 2026. Whereas public works and utility services are infrastructure and the heart of every community, contributing to the health, safety, and overall quality of life. And whereas in 2026, the theme of National Public Works Utilities Week, Rooted in Service, Powered by Community, emphasizes the deep service roots that propel public works innovations that have helped our communities evolve into places where people can lead lives and the purpose of possibility. Whereas city infrastructure facilities and services cannot be provided without dedicated efforts of public works, utilities, and professionals such as these, and many more, who are engineers, managers, and employees of all levels of government, responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our city's transportation, water supply, water treatment, solid waste systems, airport, public buildings, public fleets, streets, trees, stormwater systems, and other structures and facilities essential to our citizens. And whereas it is the public interest of our citizens, civic leaders, and children of the city of El Paso de Robles to gain knowledge and maintain an ongoing interest in understanding the importance of public works and the utilities program. And whereas the continued service of strength of our community depends on the skill, commitment, and tireless service of these public workers and utility professionals. Now therefore, let it be resolved that I, John Hammond, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor and speaking on behalf of the entire city council, do hereby proclaim May 17th through 23rd, 2026 as National Public Works Utilities Week. Thank you very much for your service.
Well, thank you very much for your gratitude, and we appreciate it. And this crew is the best crew. They work really hard, and they do their best to give you what you deserve.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. And if I could have Christy Louder come on up, please. Can I have you hold that, please? This is a proclamation, National Foster Care Month, May 2026. Whereas the city of Paso Robles is committed to ensuring all children have safe, stable, and loving homes when they cannot retain their biological families. And whereas there are more than 420,000 children in the United States in foster care system, including 28,000 in California. And whereas there are over 200 youth and teenagers in the county of San Luis Obispo who are in the foster care system. And whereas the Department of Social Services continues to actively recruit more resource families to ensure children have nurturing homes in which they can heal, grow, and thrive. Whereas National Foster Care Month recognizes the critical role of resource families in providing nurturing, stable homes and highlights the ongoing need for more families to support local children. And whereas this month-long effort, along with the similar celebrations in all 50 states and the District of Columbia, celebrates resource families and encourages more individuals to positively impact a child's life through foster care. Now therefore let it be resolved that I, John Hammond, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor and speaking on behalf of the entire city council, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2026 as National Foster Care Month and encourage all residents to join in raising awareness and supporting foster care in our community in any way they can. Would you like to say something?
I would. I wasn't prepared to stand up there with the microphone, though. I'll just keep it short and sweet and just would like everybody to recognize that foster care is a critical safety net in our community. And when children are not allowed to stay in homes that are deemed currently unsafe, we need resource families out there to take in those children. If anyone is interested in learning more about how they can help, there are many ways to help. So we would love for you to call our number in San Luis at 805-781-1705, or you can visit our website at www.slowfostercare.com. And thank you very much for Paso Robles City Council for helping in raising awareness for our need for foster homes in our community. And together, we hope to increase the number of available homes so that we can provide essential care for the kids in our community that need it. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
And the last proclamation, if I can have Joel Peterson and Stacy Jacobs come on up. This is the Paso Robles Wine Month, May 2026. Proclamation, Paso Robles Wine Month, May 2026. Whereas the city of Paso Robles, located in the heart of California's Central Coast, is internationally recognized for its dynamic wine industry, diverse terroir, which I just found out what that word means. It's French, about the area producing a certain type of wine or food. I mean, based on the characteristics, of what we can do. Cool. And welcoming hospitality. And whereas the Paso Robles wine country is home to more than 200 wineries, tasting rooms, contributing significantly to the economic vitality, tourism, and cultural identity of San Luis Obispo County. And whereas May 2026 marks the inaugural national launch of the Paso Robles Wine Month, a vibrant celebration of bold wineries, adventurous spirit that define Paso Robles wine country. And whereas Paso Robles Wine Month is a collaborative initiative between the Paso Robles Wine Country Alliance, Paso Robles Cab Collective, Travel Paso, and designed to celebrate the region's wines, culture, and community while engaging customers and consumers locally and nationwide. Whereas this month-long celebration brings together wineries, restaurants, retailers, and hospitality partners through coordinated promotions, tastings, and innovative digital experiences that increase awareness, drive visitation, and support the continued growth of our region. And whereas throughout the month of May, residents and visitors are invited to discover Paso Robles wines through special events, curated experiences, wine pairings, and exclusive offerings that showcase the creativity and diversity of our region. And whereas Paso Robles Wine Month reflects the spirit and innovation, collaboration, and community pride that defines Paso Robles and reinforces its position as a premier wine destination in California and beyond. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that I, John Hammond, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor and speaking on behalf of the entire city council, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2026 as Paso Robles Wine Month and encouraging all residents and businesses and visitors to participate in the celebration and many events, experiences that honor the region's rich winemaking heritage and vibrant future. Thank you very much, Joel.
Thank you, Mayor Hammond. I appreciate that. Thank you, council. Thank you for the city, for the community, for the support. As it was noted, this is a collaboration between the Paso Robles Cabernet Cab Collective, Travel Paso, and the Paso Robles Wine Country Alliance. And this is being celebrated not only in Paso Robles, but around the country with activations around people celebrating this region. And we celebrated this past weekend at Paso Robles Wine Fest with a record attendance at the event center. So thank you for support, hopefully the first of many, and we appreciate what you guys do for us. So thank you very much.
Okay, moving on, we have presentations, emergency services, annual report. Chief Jonathan Stornetta. Can be a hammer.
Mayor Hammond, members of the council, Jonathan Stornetta, Fire Chief. So we're here today to present our 2025 annual report, give you an update of what happened last year. So to start off, there's really three top priorities as we went through 2025. We like to reference those as our pillars and our goals for last year. And one was service reliability. And including the service reliability is making sure that we're constantly monitoring our metrics, looking at our deployment models, looking at the geographical travel distance, and really those heat maps. Where is the largest call demand throughout the city, and how do we make adjustments to meet the growing increase in calls for service, especially with our growing community? And one of the things that the City Council approved and we implemented was the paramedic squad the end of last year. So that is making a difference, and I'll show you why it was important we implemented it when we did. And then also moving the ladder truck downtown to Station 1 and staffing it full-time for the first time in the department's history. So prior to staffing the ladder truck, the crews would be on a fire engine, and if a call came in with any type of commercial structure fire or a reason for the ladder truck, they'd have to take all their equipment and move it to the truck, which delayed the response, and that gives time for the fire to grow. So now we have both of those in service. And the ladder truck obviously made a significant difference in our ISO rating by having it staffed full-time now. The second point was workforce development. We have a number of retirements this year and next year, and I'll use the example of Chief Harris retiring last year. Just one retirement creates significant movement because now you have a battalion chief, you have to move a captain, an engineer, a firefighter. So you have to make sure everyone below them are adequately trained, so we have that succession and we have that depth if something like that does happen. And then sustainable capacity. So what we're referencing there is, do we have the right equipment? Do we have the right facilities moving forward? And we purchased this year a new ladder truck. So our ladder truck has been in service for 26 years. The service life typically on a ladder truck is 20 years. But thanks to the great fleet department that we have and the great care that was taking care of that ladder truck, we extended it a few more years. And our new ladder truck should be here probably by the end of June. But if you really want to know what date it'll be here, I would just ask Mr. Hewatt's son, because he's calling constantly asking when the new ladder truck's going to be here. Our department has grown over the years, especially since Mayor Hammond was there. We have over 40 personnel just operating on the floor itself, responding to emergencies every day. And then we have 2 admin captains. One is in the community risk reduction division, and the other is a training captain, and then 2 fire prevention officers as well as some chief officers in there. We have 4 fire stations, nothing new. You've heard this many times lately, but the Downtown Public Safety Center is Station 1, the facility out by Food for Less, Fire Station 2, the new facility at 46 and Union, Station 3, and then the airport fire station is staffed with specialized equipment and our community risk reduction division because we just outgrew our capacity at the downtown station. As we look at what's the response demand over this past year, so just under 5,000 calls for service, 71% of those EMS calls. What's really concerning and is not helping our response times is over 1,100, at least 2 calls at once, sometimes 3. And so that really impacts our travel time, the response times that the City Council sets as a goal, the 4 minutes or less. It's difficult to achieve that because if there's 2 calls downtown at once, we're waiting for Station 3 or Station 2 to come over. And I'll tell you, just with the extended care facilities and more of our elderly population living on the east side, our Fire Station 2 is just below what Fire Station 2 is running, or Fire Station 1 is running for calls right now. So now we're actually seeing that squad cross town to backfill Station 2 at this point. So that's really hampering our response times. We were just under what our responses were last year, and the reason behind that was we had good weather during the fair last year. And so that was really, usually we see about 350 calls for service in 10 days. So the staff are running constantly 24/7. I expect this year is going to be significantly busier, especially looking at the lineup of who our entertainers are this year. So I expect to exceed the call volume we did last year. We're talking about deployment models. We're looking at the data. Like I said, we implemented the paramedic squad to meet some of those increased service demands, as well as the new ladder trucks on its way and supposed to be here in June. Community risk. So we are spending a lot of time in preparedness for our community. We've made significant strides in the past 5 years when we finally created our first community risk reduction department, and over 12,000 parcels were inspected last year. So it takes a real team for a week. They just completed this week for their annual weed inspections. So for those of you that got a letter in the mail, I recommend you get it taken care of, or you're going to end up right back here and it's public knowledge. So we spent just over, did you get a letter, Mayor Hammond? Okay. All right, so the tractor's fixed this year. Okay. Just spending just over $150,000 in wildfire mitigation, and that's actually been successful for a number of years with the Fire Safe Council in getting that funding. This year we're focused again on the Fern Canyon area. We'll have the goats up there, the goats in the riverbed, and then last year we also did some additional work in the Meadowlark area that really opened up those trails down there. And then you just see some stats for the wildfires we had here in the city last year. We have spent a lot of time with training, so over 21,000 hours spent in training. Not only do we have OSHA requirements, we also have NFPA requirements, and our ISO rating reflects those number of hours we train. We've become a hub for training. We hosted 9 classes here last year, and it was, I can't remember the exact number, it was over a couple thousand students we hosted right here in Paso Robles. And they stay here in Paso Robles when they're here for those week-long classes. We put on 2 fire academies, hosted and developed our first ever engineer academy, and we had our first NFPA overnight burn. So that's all due to capacity now that we have additional personnel. But this is what I really like to show to the community and the council, is that community risk reduction, getting out there, not only telling the public this is how you need to prepare for a disaster, but this is what you need to do in a disaster. So you can see here over 27,000 people contacted, and that's in about 40 different public events and also in our schools. We have our Title 19 compliance, so that's our fire sprinkler inspections that we do in our businesses. That was much lower before we had our community risk reduction division, so we're happy to report that high success rate. And then we have our CERT team, so our community emergency response team. There are volunteers out there in the public, again, talking about preparedness and what they do in the disasters. Those 1,362 inspections, those are done by the fire stations or the fire engine companies. And so not only do they have to run all their calls, they have to do their training, they also need to do those business inspections, which we call fire life safety hazard inspections. And this is just an overview of what I just told you about the responses, but really our 4 priorities throughout last year, as if we've taken into totality, and what we came to you in our 24-20 through 26 budget was to support these 4 main goals: service reliability, fleet and facilities, workforce growth, and community risk. And I'm happy to, did I lose my last slide? There it is. Happy to report that those are all the goals that were in the 24-26 budget, and that's everything we did underneath those to achieve those goals. So we will have the full annual report version on our website, hopefully by tomorrow, and we'll also have this presentation on our website for the community to view as well. So just look up Paso Robles Fire and Emergency Services. There is a whole host of tabs in there, especially as we enter wildfire season and for you to get prepared. Just as an example, we want the community to cut their weeds and be ready for wildfire season. 8 new fires started yesterday in Southern California, and we have crews down in Ventura County right now. So it's still early in the season, but the grasses have cured and the grasses are tall. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you, Jonathan. So we do have a strike team, joined a strike team to go down?
We do,
Yeah,
yes, sir.
I saw that happen, yeah. Okay, council, any questions?
One question.
Councilman Beal.
Thank you for the update and the report. Did I hear you say that we have goats in Fern Canyon?
We will have goats in Fern Canyon. We have them up there every year. And really, that's county area. but we know if a fire starts on the west side and the wind's blowing in the appropriate direction, it's going to come right down into the city. We've done ember casting models, so we're going to graze it to prevent that.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen them, and yes, you have ruined me because I just can't think of anything else besides Embercast now. Thank you.
You're welcome.
On my right, anyone? Councilman Belcher.
You're welcome. Thank you, sir.
Public comment. Dale?
Good evening, Dale Guston. I'm going to raise this question I've raised before, and that is, I'm glad you got another hazmat unit for the fire department, so we don't have to roll a ladder truck all the time. But it seems to me the 911 dispatch center should be consolidated so that the dispatcher can ascertain if the ambulance is closer to a medical emergency, no fire, why don't they just roll an ambulance and not two vehicles and not have to roll a fire department vehicle, because it seems like duplication. And as you know, the ambulance is better equipped to handle all medical emergencies better than even the fire department. Thank you.
We can get an answer for you. Anyone else on this presentation? Okay, Jonathan, you want to explain that?
Yes, I share the same concern. So there's two parts to that answer. One is you have to have emergency medical dispatch capabilities. So right now, there is no EMD system in this county. We are one out of the 58 counties that does not have EMD. The county's currently working on that. It's in our budget to have the EMD, so we have to send the fire engine and the ambulance because there's no way to triage that call. But our goal is not to send a fire engine and ambulance if it's not needed. Now, I will say there's only one ambulance in the city of Paso Robles, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, covers 1,200 square miles. So that's Shandon, that's Lake Nacimiento, that's Bradley, and that's Paso Robles. If that ambulance is not in the area, we don't necessarily know that. And that's why we have paramedics on our fire engine, and we send them so at least we can start the care to our community residents before an ambulance shows up.
And that's why our paramedics can do ALS, Advanced Life Services, in case they have to.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Any other questions from council? Thank you very much, Jonathan. Next, we have Paul Sloan, Capslow Child Care presentation. Paul?
Good evening, Mayor Hammond, members of council. I'm Paul Sloan, Economic Development Manager. Thank you for the opportunity to present this information to you this evening. When the city developed their 5-year economic development strategic plan, one key topic came to the forefront again and again in our focus groups and our interviews with members of the private sector across industries, and that was the topic of childcare, its impact on businesses, on workers, and on potential workforce. The city partnered with Capslow to study this topic, to quantify our childcare provider ecosystem and identify challenges as well as potential opportunities. This evening we have with us from Capslow to present this information two folks. We have Shauna Paulson and Mariela Rodriguez that I'd like to bring to the podium to share this information with council now. Thank you.
Oh, I get my own advancer. Thank you. Thank you so much. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members and community. My name is Shana Paulson. I'm the director at Capslow's Child Care Resource Connection. With me this evening is Mariela Rodriguez. She's the Children's Services Manager, overseeing a number of our different programs and services. We're so pleased to be able to connect you with what we learned from the Child Care Slot Expansion Study. Paul kind of set it up very nicely for us. He's well connected, but we were interested to see that when you convened stakeholders, including representatives from the wine industry, from tourism, and from tech, that childcare was identified as a critical need for their workforce. And so we got to do this study. Oh, I get to advance it. Forgive my... Where do you suggest I point? Okay, thank you. So, as part of the study, we were looking to find out from the established childcare businesses, learn more about kind of inventory your local childcare supply, and then learn about what was possible by way of expansion. And for us, when we were looking at expansion, we were looking at extended hours, so families could access care in the evening, weekend, overnight, and some of those critical hours. And then also looking to see if they would be interested in expanding their capacity or the number of children that they could serve. And so we did this study. And just to kind of reconnect you with the idea, childcare is considered foundational to economic vitality primarily because it allows parents to be a part of the workforce. But parents are up against some challenges when they're looking for childcare, both related to access. So one is just finding a program. In the city of Paso Robles, you have 81 licensed childcare businesses. These businesses are licensed by the California Department of Social Services Community Care Licensing Division, and these businesses are able to take care of 1,578 children at any given time. Paso Robles is also fortunate to have a very robust license-exempt business population. So this includes your camps, your after-school programs administered by the YMCA and Boys and Girls Club. It also includes family, friend, and neighbor caregivers. They are an important part of the fabric of the community, providing a lot of support to your local families. But they're not licensed, so we don't have as much information about them at this time. We have a lot of curiosity. The other challenges families face when it comes to childcare is childcare affordability. So you may have heard that childcare is rather expensive. What's really nice about the community of Paso Robles is you have a lot of options for subsidized childcare. So there are some supports for families. You have your Head Start programs, your state preschool programs. These are childcare businesses that are funded through federal and state grants, and they have spaces for children who are income eligible. And then you also have us. We are the designated alternative payment program for San Luis Obispo County. That means that we can pay for care or at least subsidize a portion of the care on behalf of families that are eligible. And these families can choose any childcare business in the area. I know this is small, but I wanted you just to get a sense that that bar on the far right is Paso Robles. So when we're looking at the families we're serving in this way, the vast majority of them live in the community of Paso Robles. At the time of this study in September, so we have currently 403 children that we're serving through these vouchers, through this type of care. That represents 23% of the number, overall the children we're serving countywide. So it's a significant population. I should also mention, since we're talking about it, that children in outlying communities, just like was just mentioned, Paso Robles feels the pressure of children from other communities looking for care here from the child care businesses. So as many children as we're able to serve, there are more children on our waiting list. So we at the Child Care Resource Connection are able to support people through a number of different funds and contracts. So if they're receiving CalWORKs or Cash Aid or recently had, then we can get them access to childcare pretty quickly. But if they're not connected to Department of Social Services, a lot of times they end up on our waiting list. So in September, there were 427 children represented in this slide. I wanted you to be able to see the ages of children that are eligible for care but can't receive it because the funding is insufficient. So that was in September, and now we're up to 497 children. So that's 323 families that we know to be income eligible, but we are not able to serve them. Child care costs aren't just an issue for low-income families. This is another slide that you cannot see, so you'll have to trust me. But on the very far right is a graphic that shows that if the family is of median income and they have 2 children in care, those child care costs are going to consume 24% of that family's budget. So shifting to our survey and what we know about your licensed child care businesses, we distributed surveys to child care businesses. They were electronic, and then we called them if we hadn't heard from them. So you can see we have a pretty good response rate. On the left, you'll see the licensed family child care homes. These are child care businesses licensed to operate in a person's place of residence. We also received a good response rate from your licensed child care center. These programs are larger, have more staff and more children. They're usually licensed to operate in commercial properties or on faith-based campuses and sometimes school campuses. But both were interested in giving you information about what's going on for their businesses. The first question we were asking is if they were providing extended hour care. Are they available to families early in the morning, late in the evening, on the weekends, and overnight? And so we separated the slides to include two different types of programs that are licensed to operate in a person's place of residence. The dark blue represents large programs. They usually have assistants, and it appears as though they have more capacity to provide this type of care. None of your licensed child care centers are providing this extended hour care. Here you can see we started to ask questions about slot expansion. So we asked programs, would these businesses be interested in working with the licensing department to expand the number of children they're able to serve? And so 48% of those businesses said that they actually would. And so we, of course, followed up with them. We've already had one move through that process and increase the number of children they can serve from 8 to 14. So that was a nice surprise. But when we asked them why, the ones that were not interested in expanding their services, 5 of them, or a portion of them, felt that their space was too small. They didn't want to expand in the space they were residing in. Others said that what they're doing now works for their family. The final one person said that they were concerned about being able to find assistance. We asked the same question of child care centers, and while 43% were interested in possibly expanding, all of them indicated that they already had staffing issues and were struggling to attract and retain staff and didn't see themselves being able to get even more in the near future. Throughout the survey, there were opportunities for people to provide comments, and there were some themes that came up in those comments. So expanded hours don't make sense financially. They probably wouldn't make very much more money if they extended the hours of care. Expanded hours would be a hardship for their own family. This third comment is about understanding that families need these businesses to be flexible and caring deeply about being available to serve them. And then these comments kind of touch on something you'll hear a little bit more about when we talk about the focus groups, but there are programs that are under-enrolled. There are programs that have spots. So the first one is a licensed child care center that is saying that her enrollment has been impacted by TK, so families can access a free learning opportunity for their children, and she can't compete with that. The second one indicated that they started their business and they haven't been able to attract families, and they really wish we could enroll more so that affordability wasn't an issue or a barrier. I'll turn it over to Mariela to tell you a little bit about the focus groups we held.
We conducted 2 focus groups with childcare providers, one in person and one via Zoom, to be able to get more attendance. The issues that were brought up during the focus groups were space, as Shayna mentioned. Some of them had the concern that their space, their home wasn't big enough to be able to have more kids in their program. Some also shared that they had concerns about their landlords not allowing them to expand their capacity, and even had worried about if they brought it up, they could lose their rental. Some of the workforce issues that came up were finding employees. They were sharing that they're not making enough to be able to pay good living wages to their employees, and so therefore they didn't have a lot of people interested in becoming their employees. Some were already working full day, and extended hours didn't make sense because then that meant being away from their families more. And they needed time to spend time with their own families. Some of them have young kids that they're still taking care of, so they were not as interested in expanding. And then the licensing requirements, even if they were to hire an employee, the licensed person needs to be in the home 80% of the home, in the home. So even if they were expanding to offer care evening and weekends, they were responsible to be in the home 80% of the time. then in regards to parents, we learned that they're learning that some parents are not wanting to vaccinate their kids, and it's a requirement for licensing, so they wouldn't want to have kids in a licensed program for that reason. And then affordability. Childcare is expensive to families that are not making good living wages. And other concerns is even if they were to expand, they were not having enough calls to be able to hire an assistant and to be able to pay an assistant, and not willing to give up their weekends to be able to be there or have kids in their program on the evening and weekend, and not having enough families to be able to make it affordable to be able to hire an assistant for that.
So moving on to kind of some findings and recommendations, or a summarization of some of the findings we've shared with you. So childcare businesses have openings that are not being used. So there's some sort of disconnect between businesses that have a supply, families that are looking for those businesses and not finding them. So we have 3 recommendations here. We recommend surveying local families to find more about the nature of their needs so we can help childcare businesses rise to them. We suggest working to help get the word out that there are free navigation services. There's information online. We actually have real live people in our office that would love to help families be good consumers of childcare and find that good match. The city already has that information on their website, which is great. And another opportunity would be to invest in childcare business marketing, so some childcare business micro grants could be an option. The second finding is there's this perception that families are choosing non-licensed care due to the costs. So again, survey families, let's find out what the real challenges are for them. Another opportunity would be to invest in childcare quality. So our feeling is that wherever children are, let's bring quality to them. And so if families are making choices because of affordability issues or whatever weighs on a family, to make sure that those programs are supported and well-resourced, because if the whole point is they're not being paid very well, then they probably aren't as well-resourced. And I don't know, and it makes it harder for them to be that stable person that your workforce needs. In order to show up at work, a family needs to know their child is well cared for and is reliable. Explore options for subsidized childcare. I know there's some exciting opportunities coming this summer for school-age children in the community, but there are a lot of different models for assisting to subsidize childcare, including in the business spaces. There are businesses that are subsidizing childcare. There might be some interested in your community as well. Promote family-friendly practices. First 5 San Luis Obispo has invested in a family-friendly practices initiative. They fund Atascadero Chamber of Commerce to work countywide. They have toolkits to talk to employers about flexible spending, flexible schedules, all the things that take pressures off of our local childcare system. The next finding is that childcare business expansion is limited by childcare workforce and tight budgets. I could have spent another 30 minutes talking about this, but I'll just let you know that our childcare professionals are undercompensated and often disregarded. So we're recommending any sort of advocacy you can do. There are worthy wage campaigns that come up here and there, that we've talked about a day without childcare. There's a lot of different things that could be done, but even just the city recognition of the important role our early care and education professionals play could go a long way. And then finally, our fourth finding is that childcare business expansion appears to be limited by physical space. So certainly grants for startup, expansion, repair, renovation, all of these things could make a difference. We recommend reviewing existing policies and practices to see if there are any barriers in the permitting process or the permitting fees. And there's some exciting work that's happening out of Uplift Central Coast Child Care Coalition, and Maggie's here, I'm sure she'll tell you a little bit about it, but they're looking at opportunities to consider land use practices and what can be done. Certainly developer incentives and easements might make a difference as you have building projects come up. incentivizing landlords to welcome childcare businesses. They can't tell somebody that they can't operate, but they certainly can reduce the number of children those programs can serve, and they can make it, less hospitable. So anything you could do to make it celebrate the fact that landlords are supporting childcare. We're wanting childcare to be in families' local community. And then finally, always contribute to advocacy. There was a recent opportunity to advocate with the state fire marshal. So as things like that come up, we'd love to be able to call upon the city and let them know this is an opportunity to weigh in on change. Thank you for so much of your time. I don't know what happens next if you have questions, but I do know that there's the full report on the city website, and we love to talk about this, and so I would welcome conversation at any time.
Thank you for your presentation. Do we have council questions for Shauna and Mariana?
We could start.
Councilmember Bausch.
So thank you for the presentation. Touched on a lot of points that confirmed what had talked to different business owners, had bumped into a local CPA, confirmed a lot of what you said regarding his clients, his child daycare clients, had lots of opportunities and openings, but people couldn't afford to send their kids to daycare. So the return just wasn't there. It cost too much to send their kids, so they just missed out on going to work. The other point that I wish we had more time to spend on was the impact that TK has on childcare. We thought that that might have opened up more opportunities to provide an alternative for childcare providers. In fact, the opposite has happened. It seems to have exacerbated a worsening condition, and it's taken the profit motive out. And so that's kind of a sad thing. I think it's good for the child to go to TK. Do you see any of that turning around down the road? I mean, is it? I'm not sure that the state of California can afford to expand TK, but if that were to happen, that help provide more access. And they're only going to do it in the morning, in the afternoon. The problem is really late in the afternoon and overnight and over the weekend. Nobody seems to have a solution to that.
Right. No, we're watching other states that are doing beautiful work. Certainly, there are a number of different ways California could have approached it, and this way has made it really hard for childcare businesses to stay in business. And so that kind of diminishes your supply in a way. Transportation is a big issue, and then the learning experiences of the children who are being transported with a program, picking up children at all these different times, those have all been challenges. But I know there are people who are working on it, and we're really hopeful that they'll find a solution that makes more sense for families. I know there's the extended learning opportunities for families. That's made a difference in terms of extending the day from transitional kindergarten to a little bit longer so families can work, but it is tricky. I think California decided, let's just try it, and then we'll refine it as we go. But our businesses are struggling.
Is there anything that you know of that's happening through the County Office of Education that might allow businesses and cities to just have a think tank of some kind and get together? We don't want to lose TK. We want more parents to enroll their children in TK. But if we sat down, if we ignore this problem, it's not going to get worse or get any better. It's just going to get worse. Have we reached out?
Yes, I'm certain that the County Office of Education would be very interested in participating in those types of conversations. What's fortunate is the Child Care Planning Council is housed there, and so that is a team that has been doing a lot of work called Quality Counts, because the vision that we had was that we would build quality in these private businesses and the schools could contract with them so that more children could access the benefit of those early learning opportunities. So I definitely think they'd be interested in having some innovative thought around what we can do to kind of keep the businesses we have, infuse them with more learning opportunities, and at the same time make sure that children get connected with the school community they're going to be moving into.
It's a multi-part problem. It's going to require just a multifaceted solution. So thank you
Yes,
for your
but you have
efforts.
Paso Robles Joint Unified School, and they have done a lot of innovative work, and I know that they're at the table and have a relationship with our Child Care Planning Council Chair.
Right. Thank you.
Fred, Steve, good? Councilmember Beal.
Thank you so much. I've been waiting. I've been very excited to have this on the agenda. I've been waiting a long time for it. So we appreciate your effort and all the work that you're doing. It's so important to be having these conversations to kind of come up with the different sticking points. And just to educate the community, what could a typical cost for a full-time childcare enrollment be for a non-subsidized person?
Yes, so we collect average rates that these childcare businesses are charging, and so for a child under the age of 2, it's $1,286 a month. And this is at a point in time, so this was last week. For children 2 to 5 years of age, it's $1,082 a month. And then for school-age children, 6 and older is $1,037 a month. And so that's the average. We could also help you see the upper and lower thresholds because it gets a little money when you have programs that are free or also subsidized.
And so if there's a couple of children, this is going to be at least a couple of $1,000s. It's really equivalent to the cost of housing for these working families.
Yes. And the amazing thing, I apologize for interrupting, but the amazing thing is that as costly as it is for families, it is very hard to make this a business that sustains itself.
Actually, I'd like you to go into that a little bit more. How can something be so costly and yet the people be so underpaid? What's going on with this industry?
So if the person is on the receiving end of, having maybe 5 children, so that's $5,000 a month, and they're working 50 hours a week, that's hard. That's not enough to bring in early learning opportunities, to be able to transport children, to do all the things families are expecting them to do, and certainly not enough to employ an assistant, which is what surfaced in that conversation. We see the challenges even bigger in the child care centers. So the early care, the workers in those spaces are making a little bit more than minimum wage, and I'd be happy to connect you with a study that was just done on San Luis Obispo County and the state as a whole by University of Berkeley. They collected a lot of rich information on how much or how little lead teachers and assistant teachers are making for the care of children. And those center-based programs usually, they're not always employing people with full-time hours. So you're talking about part-time hours for making $18 an hour. It's really hard. And there's metrics on how many of our early care and education professionals have to rely on public assistance themselves. So they're on food stamps, Medicaid, everything like that.
Great. And can you talk a little bit, and it might be Maggie, hi Maggie, a little bit where sort of the city, there are lots of different ways the city could come in, but the things that I've been hearing in the different groups kind of relate to community development around having a very clear and consistent rules in terms of business permits and then building permits and things like that. Could you speak a little bit to that?
Yes, so Maggie will tell you a little bit about the details of the work, but there is an opportunity for counties across a 6-county region to be involved in some land use work. So planners can share what's happening, and we'll get some best practice information and consider whether or not there's some small changes that can make a difference, even just making sure that it's really clear how to receive a permit in the city is helpful. We talk about a license for childcare, and you all talk about a business license, and those are actually 2 different things, and it's very confusing for somebody who's pursuing this to figure out. So the idea is that there will be some information and support for your planners, and then there will be a team of navigators to assist prospective childcare business owner-operators to move through the process and be successful. That said, I haven't heard that that community of Paso Robles is really hard to get a permit for. So it's something I haven't heard those complaints. So I feel hopeful that you're already doing a lot of the right things, and there's some small tweaks like making that information more accessible or celebrating that information that can be done to encourage businesses to open here. But again, we're encouraging businesses to open in a space where businesses are already struggling. And so it's a challenging thing to figure out.
And just the final comment. So I was interacting with a bunch of child care providers, and it was very eye-opening to me. It was almost like there was a cash flow issue. They had more slots to take in more kids, but they didn't have the cash to hire on the staff. So once they got kind of that initial bridge loan to hire on the staff, then they could take on the kids, and then it was sustainable. But then the next sort of bottleneck for them was transportation. They were limited by the number of seat belts that they had in the car because transportation in Paso Robles for students is very limited. So once they got a bridge loan to expand their transportation capacity, everything just sort of opened other things up. And I appreciate that we're looking at this. I appreciate that we have it in our economic development plan. I appreciate that it's in the goals as we move forward. And I actually think the City of Paso can be a leader in this to help provide information to both providers and clients to help make connections. And I look forward to working with you. Thanks.
Okay, this was a presentation. Anybody who would like to maybe make a comment? Maybe you guys can stand by for a second. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. My name is Maggie Payne. I am providing comment as the coordinator of the Uplift Child Care Coalition based at First 5 San Luis Obispo County. We're funded through Uplift Central Coast as a part of the California Jobs First initiative, and we're a regional cross-sector project reinforcing childcare as an integral component of economic mobility. So First 5 in the coalition would like to express support for CCRC CAPSLO's recommendations based on the findings of this study. Learning the capacity exists and that spaces are available, and yet families are still facing extensive challenges. Securing quality and affordable care is a really unfortunate reality. You've all addressed a lot of the things I'm going to say, so it might be a bit redundant, but a lot of it's due to the age of the children. As we've talked about, TK has taken a lot of the 4-year-olds out of our child care programs. It's not that easy to shift downward and start serving younger children in order to alleviate that gap. That costs a lot of money, and it costs sometimes a relicensing, and different factors contribute to the high cost of childcare and the inability to be as flexible as I think a lot of the businesses would like to be. And so all of this impacts our local employers, our local small businesses, and the vitality of our economy, because parents need to be able to work to either retain employment or even enter the workforce. And so we at First 5 and at the Uplift Child Care Coalition would like to offer ourselves as thought partners and collaborators as you explore options to respond to all of these findings and recommendations. And so finding 4 actually identifies a really specific need, which is the child care programs that are full and hoping to expand but face barriers to doing so. So the program that we've been talking about and the initiative that's coming up is called the Child Care Facilities Action Network. It's a coordinated Bald Knight County effort working to make it easier to build and expand child care facilities through 2 tracks. So one is the child care specialist. So having local advocates become familiar with childcare land use and supporting their different communities in helping potential business owners move through that process. And then number 2 is really where the City of Paso Robles can come in. We'll be working with city and county planning departments to update local land use policies, remove zoning barriers, improve permitting pathways, and enable co-location of childcare with housing and with other community uses. And so this work begins with the engagement of the cities and the counties, moving into a regional survey, so we'd be able to come in and look at the existing policies and procedures, and then culminates in a learning session for all of the planners on best practices specific to the city or municipality. So it's an excellent opportunity to address the findings, and I am happy to provide more information and to be along the ride with you all if you're interested in participating. The City of Paso, as you said, Chris, have been a very respected leader in all of this work because of the fact that childcare has been so elevated here and included in economic development. So we really hope that you'll continue to be a leader, and especially across the whole Central Coast. So Really quickly, beyond my professional role, I speak as a working parent and a resident of Paso Robles, so I would just really appreciate all of you for prioritizing this.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Shannon and Mariana, for your capstone resource help and all the work you're doing to working families out there for child care services in today's workforce. Thank you. That concludes, well done, thank you. That concludes presentations for this meeting. We'll move on to general public comments. This is the time that the public may address the council on items within our purview but not scheduled on tonight's agenda. Council or staff may briefly respond to statements or questions posed by the public. Please fill out a speaker card and give it to our city clerk prior to speaking. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Those people wishing to speak on any scheduled item on tonight's agenda will be given that opportunity at the time that item is being considered. So first up, Dale, looks like you're there.
Yeah, Dale Guston, as the professional politicians say, I rise to bring a point of order. You know, when the agenda was published, it said that this meeting was going to be conducted at 1000 Spring Street. Now, I was puzzled. I contacted Chris Bausch, and he said, well, not to his knowledge, it was going to be out here at Centennial. Well, I said, well, why does the agenda say it's over on Spring Street? He says he didn't know. And so I found out it was changed, but not 72 hours before it was to be conducted. Now, I contacted Gary Lear because he's more up on the Brown Act than me, and he concurred with me. You have to take all the action items and schedule them to another meeting that is duly noticed for time, place, and location. And that is a prerequisite to complying with the Brown Act. So I respectfully request that all action items be continued to a date, time, and place certain and given 72 hours notice of that meeting. Also, I'm going to raise another issue, but not now. The recent Supreme Court decision may have violated our district maps, and I'm still studying that for city council persons. Of course, the mayor is elected at large, so there's no problem for the mayor.
Okay, thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Brandy Valencia, and I was raised on the north side of town in the Oak Park community. I understand many of the challenges families face. Today, I work as a senior community service coordinator for the Paso Robles Housing Authority, where I continue to work closely with many of the same families and community I grew up alongside. As you begin discussing goals and priorities for the city of Paso Robles, I would like to encourage you to keep our youth and children at the center of those conversations. As a mother, I'm not always able to attend meetings as often as I would like, but my family truly values the opportunities our city already provides. Over the years, my children have participated in summer swim lessons, Paso Robles youth baseball, visits to our library. This year, we've been taking advantage of the bookmobile, and we also do AYSO soccer, just to name a few. Keeping children involved in positive hands-on activities is incredibly important as a parent. We know that time and effort invested in our children is always worth it. I would also like to bring attention to the old Georgia Brown site on 36th Street. The property has been sitting empty, and after speaking with many parents in the area, the north side of Paso Robles would greatly benefit from a larger community park space. Many families would love to see a park that includes a soccer field with lighting, basketball courts, clean and safe restrooms, and a more modern play structure for children. While Uptown Park is appreciated and well-used, having a larger and more accessible park on the north side would make a meaningful difference for many families. Not every parent is able to get across town, especially working families who may rely on older, responsible youth to walk younger children to nearby activities. A park within walking distance will create more opportunities for children to stay active, safe, and connected to their community. In addition, I believe there's more room to continue expanding youth programs and classes in our community. My children recently participated in the culinary classes through Youth Arts, and those classes quickly became the highlight of their week. We were actually waitlisted twice before finally getting the opportunity to join, which shows there's a strong need and interest for more youth programs in space. I hope the city will continue investing in spaces and opportunities that support our children, youth, and families for generations to come. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, I am Abby Lopez, and this is one of your younger constituents, Soraya Lopez, my daughter. We are here to, first of all, thank the city and your staff for all of the incredible parks and recreation services that you guys provide for us, the library as well. And I'm going to start with the swim program that Parks and Recs provides. You know, I know it's a huge benefit to our community, but it's always a tough wait list. Araya here, actually, since it's foster care month, she came to me in my life through foster care. And one of the reasons that she came into my, supervision was because she had a near drowning incident and she had to be resuscitated. So water safety is incredibly important. It just has taken us 3 years now. She's been with me since she was 5, and it's only this year that we were able to get space availability to take her and enroll her in 2 different level 1 courses that are being provided at the municipal pool. There's just a huge demand for that, and it's a great service, especially as we live in California. We're next to beaches, to have these opportunities for kids. Again, it's an incredible service. She's really excited to go and take these lessons, but I just wish that there was more spaces available for kids. Another thing that we really enjoyed, again, as a single parent to a child, we're always looking for opportunities that are a little bit more affordable. One thing that we did find, and I want to give you guys kudos for this, is library a week during spring break. We attended every single library activity. Araya here got to meet 2 different authors. She got to go to the pool to do a swim activity as well as a reading of a book. This kid loves the library, and I think she might be a little bit shy today, but she has plenty of things that she would talk to you guys one-on-one about how much she enjoys library services. So again, I know we have lots of different priorities in this community, but keeping in mind, just as the last person that spoke, keep our kids in mind and continue to support in whatever ways you guys can those parks and recreation services and those library services. And it looks like Araya does want to say something.
I like books.
All right. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your service, too. Mike, welcome.
Mr. Mayor, council members, and staff, my name is Mike Cusson, 411 14th Street, and I'm here tonight with one of my colleagues for preparing taxes, Kevin DeRoca. And I'm a counselor with AARP Tax Aid, as is Kevin, and we at the Paso Robles Veterans Building and also at the Oak Park Community Center. We're part of the IRS VITA program, of which AARP is one of the largest sponsors. VITA stands for Volunteers in Tax Assistance. I'm pleased to come before you tonight because we've had another successful season doing taxes. It's really been good. In SLO County, our group has 10 sites from Napomo to Paso, and we've prepared over 3,500 returns, all of them for free. Here in Paso, we prepared 1,100 returns. The second time we've broken 1,000 in the over half a century that we've been doing taxes here. I've been doing it for 15 years, and my predecessors have stood here at this lectern before me and thanked you for going way back. And when you add in Atascadero, our sister site down at St. Williams Parish over on Traffic Way, we did 400 more tax returns, 1,500 tax returns for our north of the grade communities. We sort of have this attitude that we're north of the grade and the other 8 sites, and so they're all my friends, but we have a little competition. Your constituents received over $1.1 million in refunds, and another almost $400,000 in Atascadero. That's $1.5 million of refunds, of federal refunds returned to the community, not to mention the California refunds that may have come back to them. This is a little bit over $400,000 over last year, and the reason is the tax law changed, and most of our clients, about 75% of our clients are over 65 years old, and so they got the benefit of the increased standard deduction of $6,000. So that really had an effect. We do this with 26 tax preparers, such as myself and Kevin, a few of which are with us tonight. Well, not a few, just one of us. We have about 12 greeters, people who like to sit and interview people when they come in the front door. We have 2 translators that are fluent in Spanish and Mixteca. So we work at the community center down in the north end of town, and so we have those translators that really help us. We've got 9 telephone schedulers throughout the county. And these volunteers, as well as our clients, are your constituents and are grateful for the opportunity to serve in this program and be served by it. And we could have not have done this without the city's support. That's why I'm here tonight. Every year I want to thank you guys, and without your support we couldn't have done it. You've allowed us to be open 3 days a week and be the only site in San Luis Obispo County to be open on Saturdays, which makes a difference for people who work during the week. And so we're open on Saturdays. In particular, I want to thank Linda Plesha, who's here tonight, Recreational Services Manager, for coordinating the use of the Veterans Building, and she's done this with us for many years. I'll be quick.
You can go ahead and summarize if you'd like, Mike. Go ahead.
And also at the Veterans Building, I want to thank the American Legion and the Board of Directors there. At the Senior Center, Mickey Wright and Elaine Ernst. We also want to thank KPRL for putting us on the air so we can promote the program. Our expansion last year, this is one thing I do want to hit. Our expansion last year to serve the Spanish-speaking community continued to be successful. Our counselors worked 4 Sundays. In addition to their Saturdays, they worked 4 Sundays, prepared 70 returns, and applied for individual tax identification numbers. The clients are farm workers who work in the vineyards and the wineries and contribute to our Social Security and disability funds. Because of yours and the Housing Authority's support, they were able to file their returns easily, get the refunds they were entitled to, and establish tax compliance. Thanks again to you for supporting AARP Tax Aid. It's a program that supports the entire community and benefits the entire community. If your constituents are interested in joining us, please give Mickey or Elaine a call at the Senior Center. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike.
Again.
Appreciate the service you're doing.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi, Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. How about that Frida growing 2 feet? David is now our Public Works Director. Oh, you guys ain't getting that joke. Anyways, I really wasn't planning to come to say anything tonight, but I just wanted to reiterate about the 101 and North Spring Street entrance. I'm getting more concerned because somebody came barreling down at 40 miles per hour. We have that food truck right there. I don't know if the city can ask them to move farther behind, because when this person came down 40, there were kids that were getting ready to cross the street. I agree. I was happy to see people from my area, my neighborhood, coming here asking for more services. It goes back into the skate park. That is not accessible to our neighborhood, 32nd and Spring. We have the Uptown Park, but that one is, what they're asking sounds very awesome. Anyways, people say I'm harsh, but I have to say this, that I've been raised by a father who finds sympathy, not empathy, sympathy between SHIT and syphilis in the dictionary. I emailed this comment. It didn't make it in the agenda today. I don't like to say these things publicly in the meeting, but because it didn't get in the agenda again, I'm going to do it this way. I want to address the travel accommodations being billed to Paso Robles taxpayers by outside counsel. According to the invoices provided to the public, Elizabeth Hall billed the city for hotel lodging, rental cars, parking, and fuel expenses connected to council meetings only. One hotel stay alone was over $350, on top of rental car, parking, and fuel. If these accommodations continue throughout the year, taxpayers could easily be paying up to $20,000 annually just in travel accommodations. That's not even when legal fees are counted. We have a fair question. Why does Ms. Hall require overnight lodging while Thomas Rice appears able to make the same trips without billing taxpayers for hotel stays? If one attorney can drive back without accommodations, why can't the other? If Thomas lives closer, then he is a fine replacement for Ms. Hall. At the minimum, this city should require government hotel rates before approving any lodging expenses. Even high-end hotels routinely offer government rates when requested. I'm asking the council to adopt stricter policies for overnight stays. Now, especially when you say you don't have enough money for Main Street, Chamber, and Travel Paso. Last year, we picked apart Mr. Strong's travel expenses. And if I remember last correctly, he doesn't even get a hotel room anymore. And he's actually someone who probably needs it more. If it was in the agenda, I wouldn't have had to read it tonight.
Thank you. Sharon?
Good evening. My name is Sharon Roden. I'm speaking as a private citizen. How many of you know where Decoration Day, or as we know it, Memorial Day, started? You know?
Leo would, yeah.
Well, thus begin the lecture here. During the Civil War, there was a little town called Columbus, Mississippi, and it was a hospital town. And so they had a cemetery there called Friendship Cemetery. Usually I can't get through this without crying, so take it for that. So they had both Union and Confederate soldiers buried there in that small cemetery located along the Tombigbee River. After the Civil War, the South entered into a time called Reconstruction. And Union soldiers were distributed throughout the South to establish order. One of these soldiers was stationed along the river and witnessed ladies decorating graves, both Union and Confederate. He was inspired by their kindness and wrote a poem called The Blue and the Gray. Legislators were so moved by this poem that they established Decoration Day, which later became Memorial Day. The end.
Yeah, very good. Thank you for the history. Anyone else? Do we have anyone online, Melissa?
No, sir.
Okay, very good. We'll go ahead and close public comment and move on to items to be deferred. Mr. Huat, do we have any of those?
Mayor, no.
Thank you. Let's move on then to the overall view of the consent item agenda tonight. Mr. Huat, can you tell us what we're going to be looking at?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We have 12 items on the consent calendar this evening. The first is the approval of the minutes from your May 5th meeting. Second item is the approval of minutes for your May 6th special meeting. Item 3 is the receipt of advisory body meeting minutes for the Youth Commission of April 1st. Item number 4 is the receipt of the warrant register. Since the last time we met, the city has issued $3.8 million worth of payments. I'll cover those that exceed $100,000 in more detail. The first is a payment to United Field Service Corporation. This is related to the Golden Hill Tank Recoating Project. This comes out of the Water Fund in the amount of $124,386. Next is a payment to Granite Construction Company. This is for the Sierra Bonita Neighborhood Road Repair Project in the amount of $1,616,155.90. Next is a payment to Mont McDonald. This is related to design work related to the Union Road Overcrossing Project in the amount of $173,834.49. Next is a payment to Paso Robles Destination, also known as Travel Paso. This is related to the February 2026 Tourism Improvement District. This is a pass-through that the city facilitates and collects on behalf of Travel Paso, and that amount was $105,489.34. The next is a payment to Pacific Gas and Electric. This is related to various electric charges for the utility department and comes out of the water fund in the amount of $103,987.85. And then finally, another payment to Pacific Gas and Electric. This is for the February 2026 utility billing for the wastewater department in the amount of $207,608.76. Jumping back over to the consent calendar, item 5 is the receipt of the treasurer's report related to city investments for March 2026. Item number 6 is the approval of a 5-year renewal agreement for the Microsoft 365 licensing. This is for all the various platforms that the city uses for word processing, spreadsheets, etc. Item number 7, I'll spend just a moment here. This is 3 items related to essentially city-owned property out at the airport. As you know, the city owns the airport, but many of the buildings out at the airport are under long-term leases with private companies. These buildings that we're talking about here are on Second Wind Way. They're actually city-owned buildings. And this suite of actions would approve the lease termination agreements with 2 tenants, and then a lease agreement with a company called Zone 5 Technologies for those 2 properties that you're also considering termination agreements for. These are essentially voluntary termination agreements. The other parties are in agreement to terminate leases, and then Zone 5 would move into these spaces. And just for the public and the council, Zone 5 Technologies is an aerospace engineering firm that specializes in unmanned aerial systems and defense-related technologies. This is directly in line with the council's vision and the city's pursuit of a spaceport license and a related tech corridor. And so this is really the fruits of some of the labor and some of the information that we've been working on and getting out there, so that's an exciting item. Item number 8 is the extension of Dale Evers Public Art installations. Those are 2 installations that are on each corner of Park and 12th Streets, and this would be an extension through December of this year to keep those up. Item number 9 is the approval of a contract change order to Sousa Construction. This is related to the 2 downtown parking lot rehab projects. And that are substantially complete in the amount of $360,000. Item number 10 is the second reading of various ordinances and changes to the municipal code related to food trucks. Item number 11 is a approval of an oak tree removal permit to remove a tree at 1835 Vine Street, and includes the required mitigation measures and replacement of certain trees. And then item 12 is also an oak tree removal permit, and this is to remove a tree at 70 Nutwood Circle. And again, there's the applicable mitigation requirements in this item as well. Mayor, that concludes the consent calendar. Happy to answer any questions.
Very good. Thank you, Chris. We'll move on then to the consent calendar items for tonight. They are considered routine and do not normally require separate discussion. However, if any member of the council or the public has a specific question or wants clarification on a consent item, we can get those answered now before the vote is taken. Secondly, any member of the council that wants a full discussion on a particular item, that will cause that item to be pulled from consent calendar and considered separately at the end of the discussion items portion of tonight's agenda. I will now ask the council if they have any questions specifically to these items 1 through 12, or wish to have a full discussion on any item. Do we have anybody? My left, right? Okay. I'll move on to the public. Anybody wishing to have any questions on consent tonight? Very good. Then we'll bring it back to council for direction.
I have 2 callers for public comment on consent.
Okay.
First is Jeanette Lopez.
I'm sorry, the name?
Jeanette Lopez.
Jeanette, can you hear us? Go ahead.
Thank you. I can hear you guys perfectly. My name is Jeanette Lopez. I'm a real estate broker over at REMAX Parkside in downtown Paso. We're talking on item 11, which is the removal of the oak tree. We've been on this project for almost 2 years, and my clients have purchased this home trying to beautify it, and we've kind of have hit some things along the way, and this is one of the items that we really need to get cleared so that way they can move on with the project and get it ready for occupancy. And this is one of the items on the tree removal. So we're hoping that we can get this addressed today so we don't keep pushing the envelope down the road on this item.
Okay. So the question is to push it. This is item 11, I believe?
Item 11, yes.
Right. And you're wanting to continue or take this off? What exactly?
No, we're hoping that we can get this settled today without it coming off the docket, maybe getting it pushed through permitting. Because this is one of the objects that's holding us up in regards to us proceeding with the project for the remodel of this home on Vine Street.
Okay, we'll let legal counsel weigh in on this. Elizabeth?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, I believe she's just asking that the item be heard this evening and not be continued. She'd like an answer on her oak tree removal permit. It is on the consent agenda, so
Yeah, we'll be
assuming
voting.
that you will be voting on all of it as a group, all 12 items.
Yeah, very good. So stand by. You'll hear.
Thank you so much.
You bet.
She speaks in favor.
Yes, I believe
Yes,
so. That's
she
what.
would like it approved, yeah.
Melissa's the next one.
Next is Angelica Garcia.
Okay, Angelica, can you hear us? Go ahead.
Yes, I can, and thank you so much for your time. My name is Angelica Garcia. I'm the owner of 1835 Vine Street, and I am calling in support of item 11 as well. My husband and I, we love Paso Robles, and after looking for a property for many years, we finally found this house. And we want to make it our own. We want to be part of the community. We bought it back in 2024. And like Jeanette said, we have been running into, different obstacles. And again, this is one of them. We knew the property needed a lot of care, and so we're happy and we're waiting on the sidelines to get this project started. And we would appreciate the approval of the recommendation on item 11 and look forward to becoming part of this community.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your input then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
No, sir.
Okay. We'll go ahead and then bring it back then to council for direction and/or action.
Mayor Hammond,
Councilman Gregory.
I move we approve consent items agendas number 1 through 12.
And Strong seconds.
Okay, motion by Gregory, second by Strong. Discussion? All right, we'll call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, discussion items. First up is the approval for preliminary monument concept for Veterans Park. Wyatt Lund, you have that item for us tonight?
Good evening, City Council members and Mayor Hammond. I'm Wyatt Lund, Recreation Program Coordinator with our Community Services Department, and tonight it's my pleasure to present a preliminary monument concept for Veterans Park, which you see before you here, a model of it. In the spring of 2025, VFW Post 10965 Commander Leo Castillo approached City Council with interest in designing, funding, and building a Veterans Monument in Veterans Park in Paso Robles. Subsequently, Post Commander Castillo enlisted local blacksmith sculptor Max Randolph to create a concept design for the monument. Paso Robles currently does not have a Veterans Monument in any of its public parks. City staff from the Community Services Department, including myself, and Community Development Department met with Post Commander Castillo, along with Max and Casey Randolph at Veterans Park to tour the proposed site, considering accessibility, electrical access, and drainage issues, and determined that the location was suitable for a monument. The proposed site is south of Veterans Memorial Building and a space that was previously a playground but has been vacant for a couple years at this time. The proposed monument would be constructed of steel and copper, built off-site and assembled in place once ready. The concept features 6 20-foot iconic swords, sabers, and cutlasses that represent the 6 United States military branches. The swords are anchored by an 8-foot diameter olive wreath that would be at least 13 feet overhead. The monument will feature ground level lighting, a decomposed granite center, and concrete pillars to anchor each sword handle. The total structure height would be over 20 feet. And this is a scale model that Max Randolph has created to give us a three-dimensional idea of what this would look like. and there's a photo of it. The monument will include 2 customizable features, engraved paver bricks for the surrounding walkway, and the inclusion of military dog tags that will be suspended from the wreath to memorialize service members. The proceeds of these additions will benefit Paso Robles VFW Post 10965 and American Legion Post 50, who have committed to performing the work of updating the monument to include these features, as well as providing ongoing maintenance to the monument. We've got a short video created by local volunteer Joe Peckham that depicts a digital rendering of the proposed monument concept imposed in Veterans Park. Please keep in mind that while this rendering shows the scale of the monument, it doesn't depict the olive wreath as the final sculpture will appear. Thank you, Mr. Peckham, for creating that. Previously, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee held the responsibility of endorsing or approving art installations on public property in Paso until March of this year, when the role was transferred to the newly formed Art and Culture Board, who's currently in its recruitment phase. Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee was asked to act in this role in the interim, and they unanimously endorsed the preliminary monument concept for Veterans Park during their regular meeting last month. City Council endorsement of this monument concept would allow Paso Robles VFW Post 10965 and the American Legion Post 50 to implement their fundraising plan. If endorsed, the project would enter the next phase, including determination of structural engineering requirements, electrical design, project timeline, and actual costs. Endorsement of the concept does not constitute approval of final design, construction, or installation, all of which would be subject to future City Council review and approval. At this point, it's my pleasure to introduce Post Commander Leo Castillo to speak about his vision and the inspiration that sparked this project.
Welcome, Leo.
Hello again. I'm going to read it so I don't forget anything that's important. Good evening, Mayor Hammond, council members, and city staff. Tonight, I am not only excited to speak to you about our vision for our Veterans Monument, but also to elaborate on the why this project is so important. Not just for our veteran community, but for the greater Paso Robles community as well. For generations, the Paso Robles area has been home to thousands of veterans. In the 1940s, Camp Roberts housed more than 40,000 troops, and many of their families moved to the area to support them during basic training. Others stayed and after returning from service because they fell in love with this community. Many of our citizens are descendants of these heroes. Many service members are currently stationed nearby at Camp Roberts, Camp San Luis Obispo, Vandenberg, and Fort Hunter Liggett. Our community is made up of heroes, the 1% who raise their right hand to serve this great nation. Their children and grandchildren attend our schools. Their spouses work in this community, and these families have chosen Paso Robles as their home. We want to acknowledge their support, sacrifice, and commitment. Our Veterans Monument is exactly that, an acknowledgement, a statement piece, a place of reflection, and a space where the community can not only see the monument, but feel it as well. This immersive art piece will stand tall and proud with 6 sabers, cutlasses, and swords, each representing a branch of military service. At the top of the monument, the swords, sabers, and cutlasses will come together, held by an olive wreath, symboling conflict meeting peace. which is ultimately the goal. Hanging from the wreath of peace will be dog tags engraved with veterans' names, years of service, and branch of service. This monument will not only be a statement, sorry, there's a bug on my, this monument will not only be a statement wall, a stagnant wall, or a place of morbidity, but rather a place of reflection and celebration for the lives our veterans have led, so that we may continue to live under the blanket of freedom we are privileged to enjoy. This immersive monument is designed to engage several of the senses: sight, sound, and touch. As the Paso Robles afternoon winds blow, the dog tags will gently cling together in a peaceful rhythm. The rustic swords, sabers, and cutlasses will weather naturally over time, giving the monument a raw and authentic character. Its visual presence will be both powerful and inspiring. This monument is not just for us veterans, it is for our entire community and for the generations of heroes who have lived, served, and called this area home for decades. Thank you. And I will bring up the artist, Max Randolph.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. I'm Max Randolph. With your blessing, I'll hand sculpt this thing. A lot bigger next time, though. This is just a visual approximation so that you can kind of understand what we're throwing together, because it's such a three-dimensional object. Very excited for the juxtaposition of the olive wreath, and don't get me going. Okay. I was deeply honored when Leo reached out to me to build this thing, of a great scale, especially now that we're really turning up the heat for public art in this beautiful town that I was born and raised in. And I jumped on the opportunity as fast as I could. And the primary idea behind all of it was to give a source of structure to hang these dog tags for, so people can be memorialized and remembered for generations. And Leo and I, we all threw some ideas together, and from, just really fun things, until Leo presided over this last Veterans Day at our cemetery. And it was right after the naval flyover. I was in the back trying to keep it together when a bunch of our service members would rise and they would stand for their song of their branch. And I'm actually having a hard time right now. It was deeply moving to see such identity in these service members, such pride, and more so unity. I don't think there's anybody in this room that hasn't been deeply affected by a service member. And it's those stories that I'm really hoping to share and celebrate. Let's see here. Now let's talk a little bit about materials. We've had preliminary meetings with our engineer. He's very happy with the prospected structure. Things are looking really green over there until when, if we move forward, we can have some really proper conversations about that. Safety is very, very important. When it comes to the materials, probably 836 steel or cord 10, depending on how budgeting all goes. I like the idea of moving forward with natural patina, just to show the perseverance of the material. It would age, it would change from beautiful burgundies, browns, and reds throughout the seasons and constantly be under flux. And in juxtaposition with the blades, you would actually have the olive wreath in copper that would also be shifting and changing. And I don't know about you guys, but I can't wait to stand under this structure that's going to be stretching over 20 feet with the chorus of dog tags, the sound of them chiming together and shining. I think it would be a beautiful piece and a beautiful addition to our town, the beginning of many, and I'm very excited to do this process more and more with you guys. I'm more than happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Okay, great. Start off with Councilman Bausch.
Hi, Max. Every time I see this, I get more and more excited about it, so thanks very much for your presentation tonight. And I've seen a couple different presentations. Just to confirm, there will be lights?
Most definitely. Okay. I mean, you got to appreciate it more than just the day.
Right.
Lighting would be paramount here, because you'll have, at just above eye level, you have the seals of each branch. Backlit lighting is so important when it comes to evoking emotional, it'll be lovely.
Very good. And will you be able to walk through the sculpture?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I can't wait for people to, get dizzy doing that, underneath the olive wreath and amongst the swords. It's going to be lovely. And it'll be an immersive experience because you'll be in and around this sculpture.
And if you don't mind, and maybe Leo, you can share with us, I heard a conversation about how the dog tags might come about and how we can all get involved in that.
Right, so the goal is to, once we have approval, which we're hopeful for tonight, is that we will start the campaign to market those dog tags for community members to purchase alongside the fundraising. So it'll be simultaneous, most likely. We've had a couple conversations what that will look like with the VFW and the Legion, what the price would look like. We're still hammering that out right now. If it's going to match a paver on the ground potentially and a dog tag, so you get a package deal, if you will. And then one of those dog tags going to a family member, one getting hung up on the wreath. So we've had some ideas that we're contemplating, and we haven't narrowed down completely yet, but we're kind of waiting for a decision before we move forward.
Very good, but the idea is to use one of the dog tags up in the top of the wreath.
Correct.
And then they'll be moving,
Yes.
dynamic, they'll be.
Correct. And Max I'll let him talk about the spacing on that if he wants. What is it? The spacing of the dog tags.
The tree in my front yard is currently covered in dog tags. I'm running experiments, making sure that they don't tangle their spacing, the spacing that they would, they kind of like, right? And I'm really happy with actually how we're coming all together, and we'll be using these are dog tags from his site, and we'll be printing them out there. And what's kind of neat is, when I did the tree for Mission San Antonio, when donors had the leaves, they had a copy of their leaf too that they get to put on their wall. And actually, I would very much like for Leo to discuss why there's 2 dog tags when you sign up for service.
So on the dog tags, when issued, every branch of service gets a dog tag. Every service member, regardless of branch, gets a dog tag. One is meant for a tow when your body is found during combat, and that way they can identify your body. Things have changed since then. It's not really the way we do things now, but that is the meaning for it. And then you have your other one that you wear around your neck as well with your tow one. And that's the meaning for it. So giving one to the family member and giving one to the monument would be symbolic in that regard as well. Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Pro Tem Gregory.
Leo and Max both. So somebody donates money, they'll get a dog tag coming to their family, and then the other will be hung on the.
Say step on it. The donation for the monument is separate. There's a fundraising platform for the monument. It's already live. We just haven't been pushing it as much. And then we will have a separate purchasing program, if you will, platform to purchase the dog tags. It's going to be, we haven't decided on the price yet. But yes, that's going to be 2 separate things.
All right. Max, I have a question for you.
Please, fire away.
How many veterans is it going to take to hold each sword up while you're welding it together?
Well, yeah, it's going to be a monumental effort, but we got this. Oh yeah, I've already been, talking with the engineer on just the procedure on how to, put it together, when we're going to be doing footings, just really putting the cart before the horse, getting things prepared.
It's a beautiful monument. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So I have a couple questions too. And, we're talking probably top of or bottom of that brown is about 20 feet. That's how tall these things are going to be. And the level where you see the crown or the thorn, so to speak.
The wreath. The wreath of peace, sir.
It will look much different.
I know it looks like Christ's crown right now, but that's because that's not patinaed yet.
I'm just wondering how they're going to actually get up there to put all the different, we're going to see a lot of folks wanting to do that. And so I'm wondering what the thought is there.
Be happy to answer. So the initial goal is once the monument is approved and we can move forward with this and it's built, we will most likely put dog tags up there initially and then start figuring out how many we have that have been purchased. And then we'll probably do either a quarterly scissor lift up there. I know a guy who has a scissor lift by the name of Hammond, who I can ask him if we could borrow it, and then do it once a quarter and just update it so often.
Okay. You know, the other thing I'm thinking about too, because I see a lot of different family dog tags up there, it'd be nice to have like a compass rose with a degree saying that, you know, my dad's writing that degree or whatever for recognition. At least you won't be able to see it because it's going to be so high. You're not going to be able to read it.
We have some ideas for that as well.
Yeah, that would be a great idea too, with a monument, you know, basically over there showing where they can look. Yeah, this is a great concept, guys.
Appreciate it.
Councilman Strong.
How many feet across is the outer diameter of that monument?
About 18 feet, just shy of 20.
How many?
About 18 feet.
18 feet. Wow. Okay, thank you.
We're trying to bring a
So almost
sensorial.
the width of this whole room.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
We don't have a sensorial on the east side of town where we're at, so we're trying to make our own.
Okay, all right. All right, any other questions from council? Let's open it up to the public. If you guys stand by, maybe you can answer some questions. Anybody wishing to address this item? Anyone online, Melissa?
No, sir.
We have one. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. My name is Chris Rohrberg. I'm the commander of the American Legion Post 50 in Paso Robles. I previously sent the mayor and the council members my endorsement for this project, but as being a 30-year veteran of this area, I strongly urge us to approve this. This would be a great project, not only for us veterans, but for families. Thank you.
Thank you. You've got to have the Air Force weigh in. Welcome, Bill.
I flew in just for this event. I'm a fifth-generation member of the United States military. My wife, her grandfather, joined the United States Marine Corps at 16. We were kind of shocked moving from Washington, D.C. to here that there was really a memorial or large type of museum that was available. We think this is amazing. We think this is awesome. We're on record as endorsing it and supporting it, and I hope you do too.
Thank you. Anyone else? Public? Good? Okay. We'll bring it back to council. What we have before us tonight is to make a finding that it's exempt from CEQA and that we're going to be approving the preliminary monument concept only, where they're going to be coming back later with final renderings.
And I'd like to say that my family has fought in every war that has taken place, even since the French and Indian Wars in this country. And I'm proud that my wife was a honored member of the Navy, and I didn't serve in a military capacity, but I was drafted into military research. So I spent my time trying to help you guys from behind the scenes. And I have been endorsing this project in principle ever since the days when Skip was in charge of the American Legion. And thank God to see it come to fruition.
Okay. Pro Tem Gregory.
So I make a motion that we recommend or find the project exempt from CEQA review pursuant to CEQA guidelines 15303, 15304, 15332, and approve the preliminary monument concept for Veterans Park, subject to the future city council review and approval, final design, engineering, and funding, and the names of all the soldiers lifting the blades.
Second.
Okay, motion by Gregory, second by Bausch. Discussion. Okay, we'll call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
I think we're off on that. Moving on, we have preliminary overview of enterprise funds, budget 26-27 and 27-28, related 5-year capital improvement program, and approved personal changes. Ryan, you have that for us.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Ryan Cornell, Administrative Services Director. This is part 2 of our preliminary budget overview. Last 2 weeks ago, we went through the general fund and the supplemental sales tax fund and some capital improvement projects. Tonight, we are going over the enterprise funds, which entail the water enterprise, the wastewater enterprise, solid waste, and airport. Just similar to the general fund, each one of the enterprise funds is proposed to be balanced. Now, the enterprise funds are a little bit different in that the revenue sources that these functions are covered by are usually by user fees. So, for example, the water fund pays for the water operations, treatment, production, and the like, and that is primarily recovered by user fees that we charge. For the year, this is just a fiscal year proposed budget for 26-27. The water fund has appropriations a little more than $20 million. It has revenues exceeding that, so we're building up a little bit of fund balance there. The wastewater fund at right around $15 million. That one's for all intents and purposes balanced, revenues equaling expenditures. And then we drop down to kind of the smaller enterprises with solid waste, which is a newer fund, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in detail later. And then lastly, the airport fund. Those are the order I'm going to go into, so water, sewer, solid waste, and airport. So as we kind of dive in deeper, that's kind of the order of operations. So as far as water fund revenue history, again, the primary source of water revenue is from the charges that we push down to our ratepayers. We've had some steady growth in January of 2024. That is when we implemented the new 5-year rate study, so you can kind of see a little bit of a bump up there. Interestingly enough, this fiscal year, and I think it has to do with a little bit with the automatic meter readings, the water consumption, not necessarily the price per water, but the actual consumption piece of it seems to be leveling off or is not as significant as years past. And so really we should see that kind of bouncing back here in the next couple of years. January 1st, 2027 is the last day that we have pre-approved water rates in place. And so over the next 2 years, we'll likely start getting the water master plan together, which kind of leads into the update to the water study. It is important that we do these rate studies every 5 years or so that we're not falling behind and having to do significant increases in the future. But if you overlay the revenues with the expenses, you can kind of see from 21 to 24 or so, we've been kind of slowly increasing the fund balance. That was one of the main drivers of the water rate study, was to make sure that we reestablished and had healthy water fund reserves. And so moving forward in the forecast, we are projecting continued revenues over expenses that'll allow us to get at a lot of the capital projects that we need to be had. So the majority of the wastewater actually is part of the Nacimiento operations. As you are aware, the county of San Luis Obispo treats the they transport the Nacimiento water from the lake to our water treatment plant. That operations in of itself attributes to about 43% of the total water fund operations. So if we kind of remove that, or outside of that, about 25% is personnel and the other is operating costs. On the right-hand side, it's by function, so needless to say that the Nacimiento water is part of the production, right? That's how we get the water out. And then along the same lines, treatment is another component to that, so that's how it's broken down. We do have one proposed budget adjustment that we wanted to get ahead of the 2-year budget cycle. This is a position that is currently vacant. It's the water quality technician position. But we had some recent turnover of a water treatment personnel that does kind of the smaller micro filtration treatment system. And so since that staff person left, it didn't really make financial sense to bring a whole new other treatment plant operator on board. And so we're kind of hybriding this water quality technician to that treatment. So it's not as necessarily as high as that water treatment position, but it is an enhancement of current duties. So when it's all said and done, we're looking at about a net increase of about $3,000 per year for that position. And again, we want to get this one ahead of the two-year budget cycle, so this would be a part of the council action tonight. Moving over to wastewater, very similar to the water fund. The majority of these revenues are from charges for services. The last rate study that we did for the wastewater fund was in 2021. And so we have the last rate effect that went into place on April 1st, 2025. And so the wastewater fund is due for both a water master plan and a rate study in this next two-year cycle. And so that is something that you can anticipate in the horizon. And really those rate studies in those master plans, that's really the blueprint for these enterprise funds. Right, we're justifying our rates based on these expenses, and that's really the blueprint. So it makes budgeting much easier for me because I just take that rate study and just plug it right on in, make it, any adjustments that are known since that time. But because we don't have any scheduled rate increases, we are planning to keeping this revenue flat in the horizon until we get updated rates and changes are made if applicable. Real quick, in 2024, you see a pretty big green bar there. That was a pretty large grant revenue that we received related to the recycled water line project. So very similar to, again, the water fund, when you overlay revenues and expenses, you kind of see that the fund balance is kind of leveling off between $10 to $15 million, which is kind of right around minimum requirements. At the last council meeting, I mentioned that the wastewater fund is debt heavy. Has a little bit more than $35 million worth of debt. And that's why when we go over to operating expenses by type, it's about a third. So operating expenses is about a third, or I'm sorry, debt is about a third of the operating expenses out of the wastewater fund. And that's just repaying the three large debt services. That's the wastewater treatment facility upgrades, it's the tertiary or the recycled water upgrades, and it's partial of the recycled water distribution system. So taken together, they represent about $4 million annually per year. Those debt terms, depending on which one it is, it's usually 2040, 2049. So we have several years left to go on those debt obligations. And I'm skipping over this capital projects. Both the water and the wastewater capital projects are, no offense to Christopher, but they're kind of boring. They're just upgrading water mains, water lines, sewer lines. So just the normal routine that the city operation has to do. Moving on to the solid waste fund, this is one of the newer funds that created in 2023. Historically, it was a part of and a part of the general fund, but because of the regulations and the complexities of solid waste over the last handful of years, we decided to take the net tipping revenues that the city receives and put it in a dedicated fund so that we could track these expenditures and functions more properly. As you can see, 23, 24 was when we first kind of started figuring out how we were going to allocate costs, and really 25 was the first year that we really started using the new fund. But even with the new fund, we've actually already made some accounting changes to this. I don't know if you remember from last year, when we received revenue for solid waste, it was just the net tipping fees, so that it didn't include the hauler expense. Now what we're doing in accounting purposes, we're going to show both the revenues, gross revenues that the landfill receive, as well as the expenditures to the hauler, so that we can kind of see a bigger or a more accurate picture of the landfill operations in totality. We have some, obviously some big capital projects to do, so you'll kind of see this fund balance increasing significantly, but that's really just to kind of set money aside so that we can get to some of those partial landfill closure funds, or partial closures and some of those flare upgrades and the like. I should also want to note too that aside from this fund, we also have a closure, post-closure and corrective action fund. The calorie cycle requires agencies to set money aside every year so that when the landfill is closed and we're not receiving revenues anymore, we have enough money to carry on those post-closure activities and if, corrective actions if anything comes up along the way. Moving over to airport, we've seen some pretty significant revenue growth in the airport fund recently. This is interesting how it showed the budget. So I'm sorry, the legend on the bottom got messed up somehow, but this is lease income and interest income revenue. And from 23, you can kind of see we had a pretty good jump from 23 to 24, and then kind of flattening off in 25. But we do anticipate continued lease revenue growth out in the airport in the kind of the forecast period. On the flip side, charges for services, that apparently Legend worked out properly too, but you can see just the charges that we pass on to users has increased significantly from 25 to 26, and again, that's Mark's efforts in raising revenues for the airport. So if you kind of take that similar situation and kind of compare revenues to expenses, for the most part, the airport enterprise stays even or breaks even, right? It's a balanced budget even through actuals. But we do have in the forecast some significant capital projects that on the horizon that if we really want to tackle on it, we're going to need to find some outside funding sources. So the majority of that is the terminal expansion, but it also includes some helicopter parking expansions, some rocket engine type testing, construction taxiway H, transient apron expansion phase 1. So there's a number of significant multi-million-dollar projects that the airport fund wants to get at that we're, based on the current level of revenues, we're going to need some assistance with. On the left-hand side, so about 56% of the airport operations does go to personnel and benefits. The other 25 or so percent goes to operating. But if you look in the history and what the graph on the right-hand side does, it only looks at FAA grant revenue versus CIP expenditures. And, the grant's not going to cover all the expenditures, so we do expect expenditures to exceed revenues. But as you kind of get out to the outer years in 2029, and especially in 2031, there's a pretty big delta between the grant revenues that FAA's on their horizon versus what we have to make up in the difference. And so this is going to be kind of an interesting case as we plug along in the airport of what we can afford and what we can't afford. Now, if we remove all of the projects off the airport list, operating speaking, so operating revenues, operating expenses, the airport fund is self-sustaining. So it's really the capital projects that's showing that major negative withdrawal in reserves. We do have another proposed amendment to the airport fund. Last fiscal year, we had approval of adding to the maintenance group, but this one was going to be on the airfield side, airport operations technician. After a review of the job description, what they would be responsible for, the need in the department, we are recommending reclassing this to an airport supervisor position. So this position will actually be able to provide direct oversight to the maintenance staff, both on the maintenance side and then also on the airfield side, and then be able to cross-train and the like. And this will allow Mark to focus his energy on kind of the longer-term strategic plan and conversations with tenants or future tenants and the economic kind of growth out of there. This one does a little bit more of a significant increase, about $40,000 a year. That increase has already been incorporated into the budget numbers that I have already shown you in anticipation that this gets approved. But if it doesn't, then all those future numbers will get adjusted accordingly. So this kind of concludes the end of my presentation. This is kind of 3 out of the last 5. We had the council goals and priority settings on May 6th. We're in this meeting, and then we should be able to finalize those goals and strategic priorities on June 2nd with final adoption on June 16th. I do want to kind of take a pause and then provide Mr. Hewott an opportunity to further discuss the goals and strategic priorities for the next couple of years.
Yes, Mayor and Council, maybe we can take questions first on the presentation,
Okay.
and then I'll transition into the goals discussion real quick.
Yeah, I'd personally like to throw out one real quick. The buildings that we built, or we actually bought on Second Wind Way, we, I think, made a loan from our general fund or reserves to purchase that. When is that going to be finished? In other words, we're paying it off back to the general fund, I think. Do you have any, I can't remember the years that that's going to happen.
I don't remember the years that it's going to be fully paid back, but the campus has 5 buildings on it. It went through several iterations because we weren't sure what function was going to be there. Right at one point, we thought a police substation would be constructed there, and so we used some development impact fees for that. But when it's all said and done, the airport owns and paid for 1 hangar, and that's leased. That's with them. The other 4 buildings were paid by the general fund, and all of those lease incomes generated from that is going back in the general fund. Historically, it's been right around $750,000 a year. But with the updates to Zone 5 coming in, we're expecting that to drop down by about $600,000 a year.
Right.
The overall purchase of the improvements were $6 million, and so we were anticipating about a 10 to 15 year payback period at that time. But I'll have to go back and do some math to see how much.
Once the building's repaid to the general fund, though it's because it's an enterprise fund on the airport, those revenues would stay in the enterprise fund, wouldn't it? That's the plan?
So when the prior owner, it was just a land lease, right, that the prior owner had with the airport, and they built all the improvements on it. So the city took over essentially that owner's kind of land lease. And so the city's general fund is paying the land lease still to the airport fund today, as it was historically before we purchased it. But that land lease doesn't expire till 2040, 50. It's still a bit out there. So it wouldn't be anticipated that the airport would receive any lease revenue from those improvements until the land lease expires. And then everything gets turned over to the airport, the land and the improvements, like any other typical lease that is conducted out there.
Okay, well, I'll get back with you on that one, sidebar. So, all right. Pro Tem Gregory.
Yeah, in your chart on the airport fund, you show in a chart where the reserves dive, that one. So what's going on with those future years?
So that's the capital projects. There's a good, like 5 capital projects. The right way, or that was this year's, I'm sorry. The terminal reservation, the helipad, parking expansions, and the like are projected in the out years to be more than what we have resources for. And so it's an identification that if we want to get at all these projects, we need to find additional resources.
So that doesn't include potential grants from the FAA or anything like that?
There is some grant assumptions in there, but only the kind of the ones that we know today, or the ones FAA has in their 5-year horizon.
So today we do have a reserve fund.
Correct. It's right around. It hovers right around $1 million of unappropriated reserves.
Thank you.
Councilman Bausch.
Thank you. Ryan, going back to the water fund, we have our water treatment, water production that you talked a little bit about. Any change? We have the Nazi water. There's discussion with, and we'll tie it back to Praga and how much water is used, not used. There's a lot of angst in the public sector about how much of that could be used. Can you give us, in your opinion, are we making good use of that fund as far as, if you want to call it, Chris, go ahead. to, as an investment, or is that better served as the population increases?
I want to make sure I understand your question properly.
Maybe, yeah, Christopher can come on up. I hate to get you to walk on that knee, but, yeah.
We've got about $14 million.
Because it's about, right, it's about entitlements, right? Is that what it is, that we're not receiving all that we?
If we have $10 to $14 million in that fund, right, in water production, and then we have another 1.5 million in water treatment. And people are concerned. I've had this conversation a few years ago with Christopher, and I think I understand how it is, but it keeps coming back. I'm sure that Mayor Hammond hears about it on Praga as well.
So, yeah, we hear a lot that the city of Paso doesn't
I'm
use,
sorry?
we hear a lot that the city of Paso doesn't use Nasi water, which is entirely untrue. We utilize that source in a couple of ways. One, we use it directly through our Nasi water treatment plant. So we use that all year round. It is down for a short period, typically every year, for maintenance on the pipeline, but that's been pumping since 2015. And that pumps about 2.4 million gallons a day. We also use it in the summertime. We use Nasi water, return it into the Salinas River to recharge the alluvium so that we can maintain production in our Thunderbird well fields. We do this typically every year. We do it more so during drought periods. So we're using it to the fullest extent that we can. We do have some allocation that we are not currently using, but that we are planning to potentially use in the future. We're working with our other Nasi partners to find other ways to utilize that source through a turnback pool sales program. The issue right now is there's no buyers. People are not wanting to invest in take on the capital expense to invest in the infrastructure necessary to convey that water. So there is water available. We are looking to get into short-term sales. We've already kind of established what we think we'd be comfortable with entering into short, medium, and long-term sales programs for potential buyers. Now, to suggest that the city ratepayers can somehow pay for that or subsidize water use outside of city limits is, I don't think, something that we really want to consider or would be legal. So we utilize that entitlement to the fullest extent possible. We have plans to utilize that source more in the future. And we also are looking to partner with anybody who's willing to purchase whatever's left in the interim.
To that end, would that water have to be treated?
Depends what the use is.
And do we have the capacity to treat it today?
Through the plant you're talking about, this is the treatment.
Well, I'm not sure I understand your question. Are you talking about treating water for use outside of city limits?
No, just within city limits.
Our plant, we fully utilize in the summertime. We can't run it full-time during the winter because the demands just aren't there. So typically, we're running at about half flow during the wintertime. And the summertime, we ramp that plant up to full capacity.
Do you anticipate there being a time in the future that we would have to expand that treatment?
We already have a site laid out. We already have a preliminary site plan should the need arise. We have a robust portfolio, but each one of those sources of supply comes with its own risks. Because it's available today doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be there tomorrow. So exactly when that need will arise is somewhat uncertain. The state also has a lever to pull and continues to pull in terms of pressing urban water providers to reduce their use through various conservation measures and use targets. So how that's all going to shape up in the future with climate change, with regulation, with potential risks from emerging contaminants of concern, we need to be in a position of flexibility and strength, and that's what that Nasi supply gives us.
So when that time comes, we should be able to build it. And would these be the funds that we would use to build that expansion?
We are not currently budgeting for an expansion of that plant, but that would be incorporated into future master planning efforts and rate setting process.
Ryan, is there any thought as to where those funds would come from?
through user rates.
I'm sorry?
They would come through user fees like everything else does.
So user fees would have to be increased, or they be new user fees?
User, well, it's the same thing, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, it would be the same thing. The existing fees would be increased in order to support that capital project.
So not on, if we need more water, we'd have new users. Would it be fair to say that the new users should support that increase?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So if we have enough water use, is what I just heard you say, right? We don't need to expand our water treatment, right?
Based on the existing circumstance right now.
So we don't need to increase that. We have plans, but we don't need to implement those plans. Should we need to implement those plans, would be based on increased water use.
Or a decrease in another source of supply.
Or decrease in another source. Okay. But and that's the if part of this, let's assume for a moment that the source stays steady. And so we need additional sources based on new users.
So growth pays its
Can I
fair
finish?
share. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. If we have new users, then would it be fair to assume that those new users should pay for the new treatment?
If growth is driving the increase in demand, growth would be paying for that portion.
Thank you.
Yep.
But isn't it true that in many ways we're at the mercy of the state and state mandates to us? So if we look at the history, we went to the state for the loan to get the capacity to have enough water for everything and to treat it. We got the loan. Shortly thereafter, they forced us into rationing. Because originally we had built this so that people could use the water and green this entire city. They didn't have to get rid of their lawns and all this other stuff, the way it was originally done. But as soon as the rationing came in, we still had the same bill to pay, but we had less amount of our water that we could sell to our customers in order to pay for that bill. And that's one of the reasons why the bill is so high.
There were several. This existing facility was never conceived that way. This existing facility was designed as really a peaking facility. At the time that this thing was designed, it was pretty much thought it was going to be running in the summertime. If you recall, many years ago, our demands used to peak around 11, 12, 13 million gallons a day. We couldn't pump enough water to keep our tanks full, and our tanks were dropping day after day after day, right? And so the idea here was to alleviate that demand. But to your point, yes, the state has come in. They have implemented a lot of mandatory demand management measures that have contributed to the declining consumption inside of our city. If you look at our water use now, and you compare it, you trace it back to the 80s, I mean, we're using the amount of water we were using back in the 80s. So in spite of growth, in spite of all the growth that you see out there, our actual water consumption continues to decline. And that's counterintuitive for a lot of people. That's why the question about growth, if growth is causing that increase in production, then yes, they'll be paying for that. But the more likely scenario is there'll be other threats and other things that come along that drive the need that would put that burden on the ratepayer.
Any other questions?
Don't go.
Councilman Beal?
Yes.
That was very good. Actually, I highly recommend the presentation in kind of the resident academy that you had. It has such a great overview about our sources of water, historical water use, how that's changed, overlaid with population changes. I think that'd be very helpful for people. How do you assess how much money you're pulling aside for your capital improvement projects to put in the reserve fund?
We do that as part of the master planning effort. So it's a two-step process.
Master planning effort, what we do is we'll look at the existing deficiencies in the system, And then we'll look at those things that are going to be needed to serve growth. And then we'll come up with a plan, the boring stuff, replacing pipes, upsizing mains, that kind of thing. Those typically used to satisfy existing deficiencies. And those deficiencies are often related to fire flow and/or just aging infrastructure. And then we also look at, based upon information we get from community development, what areas are likely to grow and what's going to be needed to serve those. And then so we estimate what kind of projects we're going to need in the future to provide for the future of Paso Robles. And then we develop an entire capital projects program. And then we determine, based upon what's driving the need, if there are existing deficiencies, then that's ratepayer funded. If these are things that serve growth, then that goes into connection fees and it's developer funded. So we establish that baseline capital need that gets folded into our rates and connection fees. And so that's how we know we're collecting enough in order to pay, because those connection fees have to cover all the portions of the capital program that serve growth, and then the user fees have to cover the cost of operation, plus all those capital projects or needs that are necessary to satisfy deficiencies in the existing system.
Very helpful. So we're going into sort of a new rate study season, is that right? And a new kind of master planning?
We are. We're working on wastewater right now, and then when we conclude wastewater, we'll move into water.
And then I notice here, I think it's important for people to remember that the road work that we see happening is, in many cases, is integrating with your capital improvements in terms of sewer and wastewater, right? Even just looking at this sheet, you can see the shift in getting a lot of those streets handled with new utilities, right?
Yep, that's a piece of it. So we'll look at the 5-year road plan, and then we'll get together with ComDev and Public Works, and then we'll identify and we'll look at what roads are, then we'll look at our capital improvement plans and the utilities, and then figure out which of those streets have utilities that need to be upgraded. And then we'll incorporate those into those documents.
Great, thank you.
Christopher, one more thing. I think we've gotten into the weeds a little bit about water, but just to maybe clarify most folks, stating our water portfolio, we have roughly 13,000 acre feet and change, and at build out, we're only going to use 9,000 acre feet roughly of that portfolio. Is that correct?
I wouldn't phrase it like that, Mr. Mayor. I would say we've got an allocation of 6,488 acre feet of NASI. And we have a Salinas River entitlement of 4,000 acre feet per year, roughly. And the basin is unrestricted. So there's no limits on what it is that we can pump from the basin.
Right. We've done very well with our portfolio, many different sources.
That's right.
And the way we're managing our water is done very well.
But let me stress, though, while we don't have a limit on how much we pump, we know that the basin is under a significant amount of stress. And so what we do when we try to balance our portfolio and decide what it is that we're going to be providing to customers every year, we take that into consideration. And you can see that in the fact that our basin pumping has been declining over the years. In fact, we pump less than half as much from the basin as we did 10 years ago.
I think our portion on the actual basin use is less than 3% of what they're calculating right now in Praga?
That's correct. I mean, this past year we had to pump a little more from the basin, roughly just under 2,000 acre feet. Historically, we pumped as much as 4, but in recent years we've pumped as little as 800.
Yeah. Well, we do need to use them. The way water rights work, you use them or lose them, essentially. So we need to keep a certain level up, but we're also cognizant of our neighbors as well. So
that's correct.
Yeah. Okay. I think we got.
For Ryan, if we're going to go back.
Yeah, Ryan looks like. Thank you, Christopher.
Okay, so I got my lesson in how we sort of allocate dollars to the capital improvement funds for water and wastewater. How does that happen in other departments? In terms of like the mechanics or doing the math to set aside the money in the different kind of reserve funds?
So yes, it is a little bit different because we don't have a general master plan, but we are trying to get there, right? We have in the budget for the next few years a parks master plan. Again, these master plans, these economic development strategic plans, even the library and recreation strategic plans, they're great tools because I have a 10-year forecast, and whenever we approve these or we add an element to it, it's just a plug and play, right? I plug that line item in, put it in the 10-year horizon so that we're keeping a track of making sure that we're keeping the cash flows or the reserves that we need in order to get at these capital projects. And so, yes, it is a little bit of a work in progress, obviously, always, of what we can afford and what we can't afford, and then how project costs change or evolve too. So it's definitely, keeping an eye on the current situation, but taking a step backwards. And this is the beauty of these 2-year budgets, that we are able to take these longer or bigger perspectives and looking at capital projects that I think Chris wants to add.
Can I make a comment just after that? Okay, thanks. So, I mean, you really got to something that I've been getting my head around. There are these different reserve funds. We set aside money for IT, for fleet, for pipes, in all of these different areas of the city administration. We have pots of development impact fees. But what I'm concerned about, because we are talking about this in terms of goals and budgets, is that, we have this master parks plan that's going to make some recommendations. Maybe reserve funding is going to be part of that. We just approved the full design for Larry Moore. We have emerging and growing park infrastructure needs that I'm not sure we've planned for, right? So Christopher has money to replace that main, and I'm not sure if we have that to match what our needs are that's going to be coming out of the recommendations.
I can just chime in real quickly, just try to provide some additional context to your question and comment. So the items that are before you tonight are, of course, enterprise funds. So as you know, they're supported by revenue that is fee supported and can't go anywhere else. It must be used for projects within the different enterprise funds. When we start to talk about the general fund, the general fund doesn't have a sub funding source for capital projects. Essentially, we go through a process every year that we look at available revenues after we meet operational demands, ongoing demands of the city. And of course, the general fund is supporting, your core city services, police, fire, streets, parks, libraries, administration. And so the amount of available funding, for the most part, varies every year, depending on revenue projections and, again, operations. And what I would say is, though, over the last 6 years, well, really going back to 2012, we've actually been able to create a little more space in the general fund. One, because of Measure E12, now I-24, taking the lion's share of the streets projects that would have otherwise been trying to fight for funding within the general fund. And then, of course, Measure J20 has taken a burden of a lot of the public safety capital needs, including like Fire Station 3 and upgrades and work done to the Public Safety Center, which has also freed up what otherwise would be funding for other types of capital projects. Notwithstanding that, there are still demands and needs throughout the operation, and the Parks Master Plan will definitely help crystallize some of the work and the priorities that we may not even know exist today. And then I think we'll be coming back to you at the conclusion of that work with some discussion items and potential recommendations around how we tackle some of those bigger projects, because it's Larry Moore. We heard a little earlier tonight about interest in the 36th Street campus. There's a lot happening kind of in the park space right now.
That's helpful, and I actually think the enterprise department funds are the easy ones because they are self-funded. And, just when I was a young adult, and they'd say, well, make sure you do your savings first and then you pay your bills, because if you pay your bills and do your spending, then you'll never have any left over for savings. It's been a long time since we've, had a major development of a park facility, and we're up against it. And I'm just afraid that in general, we've sort of kicked the can down the road in terms of looking at parks as infrastructure. Just like we save money for roads and pipes and the fleet and the fire truck with the ladder, like we save for all of that, and we haven't done that in parks. And so we are in the situation we're in. We all have agreed upon like a vision. We know what the need is, and I think we should sort of apply the same thinking, values, planning to the parks infrastructure that we do with other areas in the city.
Any other questions from council? All right, Ryan, thank you. And we'll open up the public, or do you want to make your presentation?
Mayor, I would defer to you. I'm happy just to give you a quick update on the goals and then turn it over. Would that be okay?
Sure.
So included in this agenda item this evening was some mention of the ongoing discussion around council goals. Of course, we had our large workshop on the 6th and have been working to incorporate those updates and feedback that you all provided into what will become hopefully a final set of goals for you to consider at your next meeting. But with that said, we did want to leave some room this evening for any additional feedback, both either from the public or the council, as you've had time to review and digest the conversation from the 6th. Staff won't be going line by line tonight with the initiatives, but Mr. Malowitz is in the back with a pen and a piece of paper ready to take any additional notes or feedback. Otherwise, again, the feedback that we received from you all at your last meeting will be incorporated into the next set of goals you see. So with that, that concludes that part of the discussion.
Okay, very good. We'll open up the public. Anybody wishing to make any comment on this item, please come forward. Seeing none. Anyone online?
No, sir.
Okay, what before us, then we have to do is receive and file the report, and then I also see a couple reclassification resolution that you want to have done too, Ryan. That's part of this motion. So, council, I'll leave it over.
Comments on it?
Comments?
So we got public we got emails and we had public comment.
I already opened it up, public comment.
Do we get the comment?
Yeah, you can certainly. We'll bring it back to council for direction and or action. So, yeah, certainly.
No?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
I just want to recognize that we had a letter from Mr. Rasmussen from the Paso Robles Housing Authority. And I think he brought up very good points in terms of talking about the different tools that possibly could be at the city's disposal. Again, I don't think we need to prescribe what the tools are, but I think making sure that the goal around kind of affordable housing is not too narrow, that it's, and that there's areas for sharing what's happening in different jurisdictions, sharing between different people that are doing different things, to make sure that we have the full picture about what the city could possibly doing in affordable housing. Again, we didn't get the update, so I'm not sure if it's included there. And then I just want to echo what the families said today. We have, our demand exceeds the capacity for different youth, parks, rec programs. The need is great. We all sat in our wonderful interviews with 20-plus enthusiastic teams.
25, actually.
25, and we wrote pages of notes about all the great ideas that they had, and they wanted more teen activities, right? We know that the teen center is underutilized. I am concerned, and I appreciate that we're looking at a budget situation. But I also think, we pass things here in the hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. around infrastructure, around big projects. And I think we could be serving our families by considering a process, and I'd be open to staff, Ryan, about expanding the capacity of staffing at REC. So like in the REC goals, they talk about growing like this, growing services, helping the community, and the line items under that were very important, but they didn't address necessarily meeting the demand for services in the community. So we're gonna finish with the goals next time. We're gonna have a budget in a few weeks. But I'm curious what my colleagues think in terms of how we are matching our goals and our budget to our vision that we set.
Okay. Question?
Fred? I was going to make a response if I could. And that is that it's different in different departments as to how you approach it. When you get to Parks and Recreation, it's a totally different thing. Because yes, we have our youth program, our youth programs, we've got our adult programs that are actually scheduled through the department. But then we have the general public that just wants to go out and do things. And that's the area that is very difficult for us to deal with. And all we can do there is provide them the infrastructure to do it in. And that's basically what we're doing in our whole program right now for parks. We are providing the infrastructure for them to program themselves and go and use and have their own recreation. That's the example we've got is the pickleball carts that are going on in Sherwood Park. There's going to be a huge number of courts there, more than any other place, 50 new parking spaces, places for them to sit and wait, shaded. All of this is considered. The only thing we're waiting for now is PG&E for the lighting, and we can proceed and finish it. But that's the case in so many things. We have a program, we go so far, we've got the budget, we've got the money set aside. It's not that we don't have the money set aside. On a lot of these things we already do. Much of it done by grants. And we've gotten the grant money. We've got deadlines to meet. And then we hit a stumbling block, like an outside source that has to come in and do something so that we can complete the project. But that's just life. And we have to deal with life as it comes. So some of these things you can't intricately plan every step of the way. And it depends on the department. Water can do a better job than that than we can. Okay? But they know how to do it though. And they have specific things they're doing. Somewhere there's too much the public involved.
Pro Tem Gregory.
Yeah. So I think it's really important, Councilwoman Beal, that when you have a budget like we have an operating budget and a very tight budget this year. So all the departments have to operate within those budgets. But as part of the goals and part of the budget, we want to do a park master plan, okay? We don't know how we're going to pay for that. We're just going to get the master plan done, get it before us, and continue in that direction as we go along. But we have to live within our means. So in other words, the budget, between the budget and the goals are a little lofty and out there, but the budget is reality. It's going to pay the staff. We can't expand our staff. We can't expand our programs because we don't have the funding. But what we do have is the opportunity to do a master plan for the parks or whatever it is, even on the airport, for example. Finish the airport master plan and get into the spaceport. We can only take that so far, and then we don't even know what's in the next 2-year cycle after this 2 years. So it's really important to incorporate the goals, but also realize you have to live within your means with a budget. And there's two very different things, including childcare, all kinds of sports activities, whatever the enterprise funds are the easiest because they're a drop of water, you pay a penny, whatever it is, those all work. But even in the airport, that one chart where you see the reserves fall off, we don't know. But we have a budget that we can manage for the next 2 years, we get everything done, but we're not expanding. So it's really important to differentiate that when you're thinking about goals and budgets. So that what you want to do is align your goals with the budget that's happening before us. We're maintaining our process and our progress. That's our budget.
Councilman Belch.
Thank you. So I think it's important that as we learn how to rethink governance, we are doing an amazing job of providing a vision and goals. I think the goals that we have set upon are amazing. We run the risk of demoralizing the whole situation by providing too much detail, getting into the weeds, and providing an impossible task for staff to accomplish. At some point, we need to stay somewhere in that, and I'm going to say 25, 30,000 foot range, and let Mr. Hewitt decide how to come back, and Mr. Malowitz come back. There's a finite amount of money to be spent. Prioritize where that's spent, and I appreciate your passion on where to prioritize that. But that means something has to be cut. We heard that earlier. You can have a position, but something else has to go. And we run the risk of cutting something else if we say too many things we need to add. Mr. Gregory makes a great point. We have a Parks Master Plan. We're not sure how we're going to be able to afford that. We want to afford it, but how? What's the best way to make that happen? I want to see new property being acquired. We can't afford that. I have to let that go. It's gone. It's great to have that passion, and I appreciate that. Don't ever let that go. But realize that staff is the one who has to make that decision and bring that back to us.
So I was going to weigh in a little bit too on this, Chris. One thing that you can do in a budget is maybe work with the city manager and that department head to say, we have an X amount of money, maybe we can redirect some of those funds to do something that you think might be more elevated for that particular need. You follow? So that might be something. I'm all about living within our means. That's huge on a city budget. We just can't keep growing and growing without any kind of revenue source. So the defined amount of money that we're going to be using for this 2-year budget can certainly be redirected based on a proposal from you and the city manager that council can weigh in on at a future date. So that's another tool, so to speak.
No, I think that's really helpful, and I appreciate everyone's comments. I think one of the three jobs that we have is informing budget, right? And I respect everything that the executive team and the city manager, I know that there's been a lot of work that has gone into it. In the end, we make the recommendations. So if we decide, oh, maybe you want to put X amount of dollars into a reserve fund for parks, we would say, we really want to do that. And, come back to us with an idea of how you could get that done. So, again, I know we've been sort of delivered these different budgets, but it's our responsibility to be prioritizing how to actually do it.
May I make one more comment?
You bet.
So there's a really good example of how that works, and that's with the supplemental tax funds. Once in a while, or a lot of times, DEDIS, she's not here, I don't think, but DEDIS will save huge money on a project. So we're able to say, maintain those funds in that category and fix extra roads that we weren't planning on doing or didn't have budgeted to do. And the same thing goes for a general budget. If Ryan's really good at this, at really nailing down what our actual income is, and if there's a surplus available, we can discuss that. He'll let us know. It looks like we're going to be building a surplus. We had better sales than we planned. That's when you could take a look at those funds. But in an operating budget, it's day to day. You got to pay everybody. You got to pay your staff. You got to pay your bills. So, but there are opportunities. But the bigger opportunities are getting the tools in front of you to see what it's going to cost you in the future and then plan it in detail for that. So like the master plan for the park. That's something we're gonna pay for, get it done, probably take 2 years to do, whatever. Then we'll know a lot more about it. So just that comment to make you feel more comfortable.
Okay. You want to make a motion? I can certainly do that if you like.
Do you want me to make a
Yeah,
motion?
let me try and make a shot. I'd, of course, like to receive and file the report and provide any direction. We're not doing that for fiscal years 2026, 27, along with 2027 and 28. And we're going to approve Resolution 26XXX reclassifying water quality technician 1 and 2 position to water treatment operator and compliance technician, and reclassifying airport operations technician position to an airport operations and maintenance supervisor, and adopting the revised master pay schedule. Okay, by
Gregory?
any discussion? Okay, we'll call for the question, Melissa. Yeah, we're getting a lot of feedback.
Mayor Hammond,
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory,
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch,
Aye.
Councilmember Beal,
Aye.
Councilmember Strong.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Yeah, we'll recess for 5 minutes. Okay, we'll reconvene, and let's show the record that Councilman Strong has had to go home, so it would be 4 of us now at this point. The next item here is review of the process to authorize adult use non-storefront retail cannabis. And Katie Bannister, are you going to have that item for us?
Yeah, real quick, Mr. Mayor, just a little introduction on this item as Katie gets ready. This is a study session. We're not making any formal decisions on this. You'll recall that last year you referred back to staff and the Planning Commission to look at updating our ordinance in regards to adult use recreational cannabis delivery office services. So we brought this through the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission had some questions and recommendations. We realized at the staff level that we weren't ready actually to bring a formal item before the council, so we decided instead to come with a study session, get some formal direction, so we can basically fine-tune the ordinance coming out of the Planning Commission. So Katie's going to walk you through kind of what those questions are that we need clarity on before we move forward with the ordinance update.
Yeah, welcome, Katie.
Thank you, Mayor Hammond and Council. So as Warren mentioned, this is a study session. No formal decisions to be made this evening. So quickly, just to look at some cannabis definitions to make sure we're all on the same
Katie,
page.
can we get her volume? I can hardly hear her.
Maybe get in the microphone.
Yeah, or something.
Closer to the microphone. It's better than volume.
We've been getting a lot of feedback tonight too, Melissa, so I'm not sure if you got everything.
Okay. Has that any better?
Yeah, good, Katie, thank you.
Okay. So just a few definitions regarding cannabis, just to make sure we're all on the same page this evening as we discuss this item. Medicinal cannabis is cannabis that requires a physician's recommendation in compliance with some state laws. It's also referred to as medical marijuana. Adult use cannabis, which is the topic of this evening, is also referred to as commercial cannabis or recreational cannabis. So I attempt to always use adult use cannabis, but I definitely slip into using recreational or commercial, and so those all have the same meaning. And then finally, a non-storefront retail or a non-storefront retailer has the same meaning as a cannabis delivery office or a delivery business. So this is not a storefront, this is not a dispensary. We're talking about an office where someone who delivers cannabis, stores their product, stores their vehicles, and it's an office. So the state of California and Paso Robles has a long history of making rules around cannabis. In 1996, the California Compassionate Use Act, Prop 215, was adopted, and that's when cannabis in some form, that was for medical cannabis, became legal in California. Fast forward to 2022, the council provided direction to temporarily allow adult use cannabis delivery offices. That occurred for a year until 2023 when the temporary allowance did expire. And due to some just changes in the city, the cannabis item was laid to rest for a short time, but back in 2025, council directed staff to bring an ordinance to permanently allow adult use cannabis delivery offices. I brought an ordinance to the Planning Commission for their recommendation to make amendments to the zoning ordinance to allow commercial cannabis delivery offices. And as Warren said, in preparation for bringing that ordinance to you, we discovered that there were some additional concerns that should be addressed before you make decisions. And as we've reiterated a few times, this conversation is not about dispensaries. If the council wants to discuss those in the future, that will be a separate discussion. So in Paso Robles, in 2022, you adopted a map where, so this map is actually what it would be proposed in the zoning ordinance that Planning Commission did look at. So delivery offices, the medicinal delivery offices are currently allowed in the Riverside Corridor and the C3 zoning districts. Those are the pink areas on the map. There are some sensitive sites that are already in the ordinance, schools primarily, youth centers. A buffer of 600 feet around those is already required for delivery offices. The draft amendment would also add a buffer around city parks. And so what you see here, the green sites are the parks, the schools, et cetera, 600-foot buffer around. So the areas that are pink, that are outside the buffer, outside those buffers, are where a cannabis delivery office could be established. So let's look in at those zoning districts and the businesses that exist already. So the purple area is the Riverside Corridor zoning district. The pink area is the C3 zoning district. We've got 2 buildings that have conditional use permits to allow medicinal cannabis delivery offices. Those are both located on Black Oak Drive. Zooming in, 1124 Black Oak is where Dub's Green Garden holds a conditional use permit. They have allowance to have up to 3 tenants that are each a separate delivery office. In addition, Kinfolk Holistics at 2805 has a conditional use permit for 1 tenant space to also deliver cannabis, medicinal cannabis at this time. In 2022, I've already alluded to, council took some action. The first was to adopt the ordinance that temporarily allowed commercial cannabis. You also adopted a resolution that limited the number of commercial cannabis delivery businesses to 3, and then you went on to name those 3 businesses. Those were Dub's Green Garden, Aquamarine Green, and Kinfolk Holistics. Those existing businesses, 2 of them are located at 1124 Black Oak Drive. They operate under conditional use permit 1906. Dub's Green Garden is in operation. They are up to date on remitting their cannabis taxes. Those were remitted to the city before the due date on 3/31/26. They're due quarterly, so those aren't due for another few months for that business. Aquamarine Green has, as far as we're aware, is no longer operating in the city. They should not be operating in the city. The owner passed away. They no longer have a lease at 1124 Black Oak Drive, and they last remitted taxes back in the fall. They did on March 31st report to the city that they did not make any sales of cannabis, so they are up to date, but they are not operating in the city. There is a vacant tenant space within the 1124 Black Oak building. As far as I'm aware, no tenant has ever been located in that tenant space. Looking now to the 4th potential location for a cannabis business, Kinfolk Holistics. This was a separate conditional use permit approved in 2021 by the Planning Commission. This business started out as some local folks who wanted to operate a cannabis delivery business. They have since sold that business to Pacifica Companies. That corporation appears to be located in Sacramento. They last remitted cannabis taxes in 2023, and the last time they reported it all to the city was in March of last year. They did not make any sales at that time. So they are in arrears just reporting to the city. They're a year in arrears. They have not renewed their business license for this coming fiscal year. They do have a building permit that was issued to them but was never finalized. So neither Kinfolk Holistics nor Aquamarine Green, 2 of the 3 businesses that were named in the 2022 resolution, are in operation today. So the Planning Commission did look at an amendment to the zoning ordinance that would allow adult use cannabis delivery offices. They made a recommendation to approve the zoning amendment that was brought to them, and they also made a recommendation to allow more than 3 commercial cannabis delivery offices. The zoning amendment was drafted to continue to limit the number of delivery offices to 3, and the Planning Commission did not indicate how many should be allowed, but they thought it should be more than 3. Looking around the county, this is a look at the cannabis delivery office regulations by jurisdiction. What we have discovered is that there is not a huge demand for these delivery offices. In particular, I would look at Atascadero, our closest city neighbor. They have allowed commercial cannabis delivery offices, I believe, since 2021. They have no cap on the number of licenses that are allowed, and they have issued 0 conditional use permits for delivery offices. Similarly, in I think it's Morro Bay, they also have no cap, and no businesses have applied to establish a delivery business there. Throughout Cook County, there are 7 delivery offices that are located in different areas. 2 of them are in inland North County, kind of in the Templeton area. So something for the commission, the city council to keep in mind is that the city has no control of legal deliveries that originate from outside the city. The state of California has made the delivery of recreational adult use medicinal cannabis legal throughout the state. So if a business is legally located outside the city of Paso Robles, if they're in Templeton, if they're in Morro Bay, if they're in San Luis Obispo, they can drive into the city and make deliveries of cannabis. We can require that those businesses have a business license, but other than that, we cannot prevent the deliveries from entering the city. Statewide, deliveries account for about 25% of sales. That comes from a website, flowhub.com. So it is a relatively minor part of the cannabis ecosystem. About 75% of sales are coming from actual dispensaries. In the city of Paso Robles, there are 11 business licenses for cannabis deliveries. Really, there are 4 licenses that are active, one of which is located in the city. That's the Dubs business. There are 3 outside vendors that are regularly coming into the city and making sales and reporting sales tax and remitting those taxes. So a quick look at cannabis tax payments that the city has received since 2020. Obviously, they have increased over time. The 25 to 26 fiscal year, we haven't completed that year yet, so we don't see, it looks like a decrease, but that year is not completed yet. Overall, the city has taken in just a bit over $240,000 in taxes and penalties for cannabis businesses. So one of the questions that we'll have for you this evening is about a cannabis regulatory permit. Currently, for a business to locate in Paso Robles, they would need to apply for a conditional use permit, which can be approved by the Planning Commission. That is a land use entitlement. It really looks at zoning compatibility, traffic, noise, how attractive is the building, do they have the right landscaping. It is site-specific. It runs with the land and not the operator. As we've seen, Kinfolk has changed, the ownership has changed, but the city was not, other than on the business license, the city was not notified. It did not affect their conditional use permit. The city had no control over that operator who was located in the city. A conditional use permit is a one-time approval, and it is time-consuming to revoke. So we've identified that it really does, we do have a gap in oversight of cannabis businesses in Paso Robles. Just the conditional use permit is not sufficient in staff's opinion. So staff is proposing a cannabis regulatory permit. This is a type of permit that is used around the county, around the state, to set operational standards such as a security plan, background checks, record keeping limitations. A cannabis regulatory permit would be specific to an operator, so any new operator taking over an existing conditional use permit would have to go through the background checks, and we would have an annual review so we could continue to have ongoing monitoring and regulatory oversight. Revocation of such a permit would be much simpler than that for a conditional use permit, and so it would give the city more agility to regulate cannabis businesses. It would require an amendment to Title V, which is the Permits and Regulations title. So there really are 4 questions. They were outlined in the staff report to you this evening. The first is regarding that resolution 22144. It is the resolution that did name 3 businesses specifically of who should be allowed to deliver adult use cannabis. Staff's recommendation is to repeal that resolution. As we know, 2 of the 3 operators named are no longer in operation, so it's not logical to name them and hold these spaces for those particular businesses. Number 2 is related to the delivery office numerical cap. In the past, the council has set a cap of 3. The Planning Commission has recommended that it be more than 3. Staff is actually recommending we don't have a limit at all. In cities with no cap, that we don't see an overconcentration, having a cap has put an unnecessary force on the market that it has created a false competition, a sense of entitlement to those permits. It also creates the appearance of a vested right to a future dispensary. It is easier for both our business licensing and our police department to track cannabis sales when they originate and are delivered in Paso Robles. So it gives us more oversight over the businesses if they're actually located here. And we are just talking about offices, not a dispensary. Third, we are asking for guidance on whether or not you would like to see a cannabis regulatory permit. That would require, as I said, an amendment to Title V. We would recommend that the zoning amendment and the Title V amendments are adopted concurrently. So we're looking for direction there. And finally, we do have existing conditional use permit holders that are limited to medicinal deliveries only. There is nothing in those conditional use permits that would require the new regulatory permit. So staff is recommending that any existing medicinal cannabis delivery business that would like to also deliver adult use cannabis should be required to return to the Planning Commission and amend their conditional use permits so we can fine tune their conditions and make sure we have all the regulations in place. There are 4 decision points for you this evening, and we can come to this again, but I think that the slide before summarizes and maybe the best place to rest while we have a conversation.
Thank you very much. Ms. Bannister, questions?
Lots of them. Yep.
Councilman Bell, Straw. Oh.
It's okay, Dan.
Yeah, Pro Tem Gregory, jeez. I was looking at an empty chair there, sorry.
Okay, so I just want to, I'm asking questions for clarity. So one of the recommendations is to repeal the resolution so that it takes away the currently named business, except for what about the one existing one? What happens to them?
So the one existing business would need to apply to amend their conditional use permit. We would fine tune their conditions of approval. They would also concurrently need to apply for a cannabis regulatory permit, assuming that you take all of staff's recommendations. So there would be some additional permits and amendments that they would need to apply for, but they would be eligible to apply for those permits.
Okay, so another thing you're looking for is what to do about the cap, correct? We
That's
discussed
correct.
that. And I won't ask any questions about that right now. As far as allows for ongoing monitoring, regular oversight, that is something that's in place right now in Chapter 21.6, Title 5?
No.
We need to create that.
Correct. There is nothing in Title V that addresses
Okay,
this cannabis regulatory permit.
And then the additional item is for the conditional use permit to existing medical cannabis non-storefront retailers to be required to amend their CUP. Okay, so I think I understand all those items. Thank you.
Councilman Boucher.
Katie, thank you very much. Great presentation. Regarding item 3, cannabis regulatory permit, can we require a regulatory permit for vendors outside of the city limits?
So I think that would be hard to administer. These are businesses that have established in another jurisdiction where they've gone through whatever process that local jurisdiction has. So staff's recommendation is that this regulatory permit would be just for businesses that are actually located within our city limits.
So how do we do that? And this might be completely off the wall, but how do we do that for like food trucks? That was a big issue when we talked about food trucks. Food trucks that would come over and just be here for the weekend and then go back home to Bakersfield, and that was a big complaint. So will we have a complaint from non-storefront delivery businesses that go through this process, but then they're usurped by people that come over from Salinas and not have a cannabis regulatory permit? Is that going to be an issue?
I would assume that businesses that are, the closer you are, the more likely you are to service the the area that you are looking at. But, yes, there will be competition in the market.
So will we allow the established, I'll say established vendors for lack of a better term, will we allow them to have a complaint process?
So I suppose someone could make a complaint, but I don't know that we would respond unless we discovered that there was somebody delivering cannabis that was not authorized by the state or some other jurisdiction to make deliveries.
And so that would go back to the Cannabis Control Board?
I think that is accurate.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Chris, anything?
I've got
Okay.
one more question, sir.
Okay.
So,
Councilman Gregory.
Mr. Bausch just asked a really interesting question there. So, and Warren or Katie, I don't know, maybe either one you could answer this question. Is there any successful effort in controlling outside vendors not paying their taxes to the city?
Mayor Pro Tem, I can jump in, and Mr. Cornell can supplement if needed. That was an issue that came up the last time we talked about this.
Yeah.
One of the things that we did is as you recall, we entered into an agreement with HDL companies to help navigate some of the research and some of the work around this topic. Since that time, they have worked with the Administrative Services Department to identify those that we believe are delivering from outside the city into the city, to essentially put them on notice that they need to comply with our regulations, which for them would be a business license and or remit their cannabis tax payments. We don't have necessarily a dedicated staff member that is working on this 24/7, but we have certainly, I think, we have certainly enhanced our level of communication with these companies and their awareness that they need to be doing it. Now, again, it can be a little bit of a whack-a-mole in some cases, but we have gone through that process. And Ryan, I don't know if you have, I don't want you to walk up here. Okay, he says I've covered what I needed to cover, but I did want to recognize that since the last time we talked, we have upped our effort to try to ensure compliance for those that are delivering inside the city.
So maybe Elizabeth, you can answer this question for me. So contractors from out of our city come into work here, and we require a business license for them. So is that something we could do for the delivery companies as well?
We already do.
Oh, we already do. So if they
Yeah,
want
that's
to
what
deliver.
That's what Mr. Hewitt was saying, is we have been trying through HDL to track and determine
Okay.
who's delivering in our city without a business license, and have contacted them, shall we say,
Okay.
and are trying to get them to be compliant and pay their taxes.
Okay, thank you.
Afterwards, in other words, what happens once we find someone who's not compliant? Yeah. This is important. This is a big one for me personally, so.
I'll have Ryan come up and talk about
Yeah,
that.
thanks, Ryan.
While he's making his way up, may I ask, is it legal to maybe offer a bounty to? For people to report somebody a scofflaw?
Complaint basis, yeah.
What I would say though, to that point, there are websites, and I think Katie referenced one. There are other, weedmaps.com and other resources where these companies are making their information, or people are making their information available on those websites. And so I don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole, but that's some of the ways we're able to identify those that are delivering. So, yes.
Mr. Mayor, Ryan Cornell, Administrative Services Director. So whenever any sort of business that gets delinquent on taxes, we try to work with them to get them updated, obviously. That does look at going back to making sure when the business was established. And in certain circumstances, yes, we will make them pay back taxes as well as penalties on top of that.
Unlike, contractors who just built into a business license mode, these actually business license plus taxation. See, so there's much more here than just a typical contractor coming into town. And, frankly, if we don't make others do it, then why should we make our own do it? You follow? In other words, it's fair competition, and that's why I'm wondering how much labor is going to cost from your department to actually monitor this. We talked about this actually with STRs many years ago, same thing.
There was a slide that was on earlier, and I think we had about 11 delivery businesses that we've identified.
Yeah.
And when we cross-references, only 2 of them weren't up to date or didn't have a business license. And so we did, again, like Mr. Hewitt mentioned, we did send out a put on notice letter, I guess, as you want to put it, to get them in compliance and updated.
So there aren't that many to actually monitor, right?
Yeah.
Right, and it's probably on the basis is, trust what we're telling you type of thing.
So it'd be very similar to the transient occupancy tax, yes.
Exactly, right. Okay, all right, thanks, Ryan. Okay, any other questions from council, real quick? No. Let's open it up then to the public. Anyone wishing to make a comment on this item, please come forward.
There you go.
Hi, Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. I promised my bodyguard today that I wouldn't belabor this meeting. I just came up here to say one simple thing. This is a wonderful piece of work. I went back from the beginning and all your records and everything, and this is a really great solution to the beginning. I know people want storefront. I don't see that happening for 5 or 6, maybe 10 years here myself. But I am 100% behind all the thoughts that they have on this because it's really important to have the competition. And don't forget that Jimmy Panetta is trying to get the money for cannabis control enforcement. So maybe that will be the answer to some of your enforcement questions. And then I'm always a person that likes to have enforcement in our policies and then an appeal. So because as government workers, we can always be wrong the first time. So I came and stayed all night long and left my little chihuahua shivering all night to say really wonderful job, staff.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, good evening, council members and staff. My name is Megan Souza, and I own and operate Megan's Organic Market. And we currently provide cannabis delivery within the city of Paso Robles from our San Luis Obispo location. And we are working toward establishing a Paso Robles delivery hub to better serve North County with faster and more efficient service. We've signed a lease for one of the spaces at the Halls building at 1124 Black Oak Drive, and we are eager to become operational as soon as the city will allow us to. We've been working toward this for quite some time. I generally support all of the staff's recommendations, but would respectfully ask the council to add one additional direction. Please place a clear timeline on this process and direct staff to return within 30 days prepared for a first reading of the updated ordinance. Thank you so much for your time and consideration of this item tonight. And also I look forward to a future discussion of storefront dispensaries. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone online?
Yes, first up is Jan Albin.
Okay. Jan, you're online. Can you hear us? Go ahead.
I can, thank you. Jan Alvin, I'm a resident of Quail Run here in Paso Robles. There's a number of deliveries here in Quail Run in particular because we have a senior community. So having access to cannabis is very important to a lot of our residents. But I need to remind council that the delivery process, the process of delivery, is a much more expensive proposition than having a storefront. I hear Megan is there tonight, and I'm a frequent visitor to her store. And I can tell you, having been witness to deliveries, her store is much less expensive than it is to deliver here because they get a delivery fee and the product is more expensive. So you really don't have a need, quite honestly, to monitor the deliveries because it's not going to be possible anyway. And my comment would just be that at some point or another, we know we're going to have a dispensary. I look forward to having a dispensary. I think it's be far less problems than trying to monitor the possibly hundreds of delivery services that will be coming up to this town. So that's my comment, and I will be forever a proponent of storefront purchases of cannabis. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Next is Grace Hall.
Okay, Grace, you're online. Go ahead.
Good evening, council. My name is Grace Hall. I'm the owner of Dove's Green Garden, and I'm also the owner of the 1124 Black Oak Drive, where we also operate out of. I just want to say first of all to the Planning Commission. I agree with all their recommendations. I think they're well thought out, and I appreciate the time and effort that was put into them. I have a question, though, on D. I was wondering if there's any way that could possibly be a more faster process. I've had to amend my conditional use permit in the past, and I know it can be time consuming, so I'm familiar with the process, but I would just like to know if maybe there could be an overlay or something else could happen, because we have signed a lease with Megan's Market, and we are excited to get her in here and get her operating. And so I just wouldn't want that to hold her up in any type of way. The other thing I wanted to say, I just want the council to understand that we've been patient for many, many years, and every time cannabis gets brought up, the votes are always there, but there's no action. We have to wait months and even years. We've watched the council members change many times since 2014 when we first brought up the cannabis delivery issue. Just understand how financially detrimental this has been to our business. Every year that goes by, we pay thousands just to renew our state license with California. While we wait for the action from the council, our cannabis products expire. We have to destroy them because we can no longer sell them. So with that being said, I ask if the council can please put a time frame on when staff must return with an ordinance. Could it be like 30 days? Could you do an emergency ordinance? Because it's just like, time is of the essence. And I just, if you can just please understand that back in 2014, I know some of you folks that are on the council remember us back then, and we fought so hard to even get cannabis to where it's at today. We were the first persons to hold a cannabis license in Paso and in the whole county, and we're the last person still here operating in Paso. So just please take that in consideration when you change the ordinances and do what do what you're going to do. But other than that, I appreciate the council's time and the Planning Commission on this topic, because I know there's many other things that could be possibly considered more important than this. But this is our livelihood. This is our business. So just please take that in consideration, and thank everybody for their time.
Thank you. Anyone else, Melissa?
Thank you.
No, sir.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the council for discussion and/or action. Looks like we have 4 different items that staff wants us to make decisions on. And who would like to start?
I will.
Go Tim Gregory.
Well, there's actually 5. The 5th one would be a time frame on the applications, and both Grace and the young lady in the audience mentioned that. So I think it's really important once we make a decision that we try to put a time frame on it. Once the staff receives a complete application, as they say, and let those people give them the time, a notice time, so they can depend on what they're doing. So I don't know, do you want to go through each of these items and discuss them, or you just want?
Well, right, it's going to have to be separate discussion, I think, on A through D, and then if you want to add the time frame, that's another thing we can talk about.
So I think the most controversial one is number 2, and I'm in favor of no cap, and the reason why is they're all going out of business. There's one here still operating. We have another one wanting to come in, and I don't think it does any good to cap them.
Okay, all right, discussion?
What do you think, Chris?
Well, that's what I say, on any of the 4, let's do that, and then we'll go ahead, and I think what we should do is take motion recommendation on every one of these lines, A through B.
I have no problem with that.
Okay.
I have a question on number 3, so.
Sure, why don't we go ahead and hit that then? Go.
Are we, when we're doing the regulatory permit, which I'm in favor of, are we doing any kind of a background check on that? What's our process for that? Does that go beyond the regular?
So we have a draft regulatory permit ordinance that the city attorney's prepared. It's based on, other models and best practices, and they all include background checks for all employees. So if you pass that, that would be a requirement.
Okay, so if there was a felony, for example, that would be exposed, and would that be grounds for denial?
Jill, are you online? Jill's the cannabis lawyer with BB&K who drafted your regulatory permit.
Hi, yes, this is Jill Tremblay with Best Best and Krieger. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Yes, there are certain criminal history that are grounds for denial or revocation under the state law for the state licenses. And so cities tend to look at those for their regulatory permits, and the statute identifies, well, the Business and Professions Code says that a conviction of an offense substantially related to the qualifications, functions, or duties of the cannabis business is grounds for license denial or revocation. And the statute identifies the following as substantially related, and that would include violent felony convictions, serious felony convictions, felony convictions involving fraud, deceit, or embezzlement, felony conviction for hiring, employing, or using a minor in connection with controlled substance sales, or felony conviction for drug trafficking with enhancements. It's what would not be included would be drug possession.
Interesting. Okay, so there is a background check. That answers my question. Thank you.
So may I ask another question on the, Warren, on the cannabis regulatory permit? That also allows to have the police department have an annual visit with each of the businesses to verify it's operating correctly.
Joe can clarify, and we can, but it would be unlimited inspections, so it's not annual. They can come, show up as often as they want.
Yes, that's correct. For the Department of Cannabis Control, under the California state regulations, can conduct administrative compliance inspections. That would include review of delivery receipts, inventory records, surveillance footage, tax records, all of that. And that same administrative compliance inspection could be the local jurisdictions can give that authority to the local law enforcement as well, but that's only for administrative compliance inspections.
Okay. Councilmember Beal.
I'm in favor of all of these points. So Warren, did you say that you have like a draft of something that's close? If we're talking about a time frame for moving this forward?
We have it in draft form. It still needs to be, vetted, and we're waiting for final directions before we get to a final version, but we're probably 90% there on that ordinance.
Right, because I agree with the others to have a timeline at this point. I think it would be good just to keep going and everybody can check it off, and the business owners can have some stability and some predictability in terms of what's going on in their lives.
And Warren, may I ask that question also kind of in a different way as far as the timeline? So that's when somebody, once we have that document, someone applies for a permit, they have a timeline on that permit to be processed.
So you're talking about ordinances, so we'll have to bring two ordinances back to you. One will be the regulatory permit, one will be the zoning ordinance amendment. So it'll take, we have to get the regulatory permit ordinance ready. So once that's ready, we'll bring that back for first reading. Then you have second reading, basically next agenda, and then 30 days after that, it will become effective. So it's like 45 days after the first reading, the ordinance will become effective. Once it's effective, then if the direction is to amend the CUPs, then we could actually amend the CUP. So we could use that 45-day period to work with the applicants to get their CUPs ready for Planning Commission. Okay. We could basically concurrently line things up to move them fairly efficiently through the process.
Okay. So that sounds like a good timeline to me.
So essentially, Warren, are you thinking, again, 60 to 90 days to have everything based on calendar of the requirements that we're doing, of course? There's other priorities that they're working on too. So I think if.
Technical question?
Sure, go ahead.
So in the case of like Megan's wherever she's going to rent, is that going to be part of the process? We have to allow just a zoning check of where the building is to make sure it's in compliance?
So, once Resolution 22-144 is repealed, she could deliver medical marijuana, but
Right.
they actually want to deliver adult. And they're not going to be able to do that until we do all 4 steps, and that's going to likely take 90 days to get all of those done.
Okay. Sounds good, thank you.
So before us, we have to give staff recommendations here and direction, what we want to do. So let's just take, the 4 of them here, plus we got direction on the time frame, I think, at this point. So the first one that we need to basically talk about is a resolution repealing 22-144, and thereby removing the current limitation on the number of permitted adult-use cannabis non-storefront retailers, and eliminating the designation of a specifically named operator. So the choices we have here is to keep the resolution, repeal the resolution, or amend the resolution. So do we have a?
Repeal, right, Warren?
Yeah, I think everybody.
Staff's recommending repeal.
Like a straw vote here? Everybody in favor of repeal for this? So you have a 4-0 on that one, Warren.
Okay.
Next one we have is amendments to Chapter 21.6 of the Municipal Code to remove the existing cap on the number of permitted non-storefront cannabis businesses within the city. And the choices there are no cap, 3 max, which we have currently, or other number.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I should have asked this for A, or 1. This is for non-storefront. This might be a completely different conversation, should we ever get to storefront, if we ever get to storefront.
Right.
That's correct.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
So this is
Just
definitely non-storefront.
deliverable, yeah, only.
Delivery,
Yeah.
adult cannabis. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so cap on delivery offices, no cap?
No cap.
Remove the cap.
No cap? No cap? Okay. That's a majority, no cap, with, that's essentially what the other cities have been doing. So, yeah, and that. The third one here is amendments to Title V permits and regulations establishing a requirement that all businesses operating within the city obtain and maintain a cannabis regulatory permit. And that's what
That's a
we're
yes.
working on now. So there's yes or no on this?
Yes.
Yes, but we haven't seen the permit yet, so we're assuming it's going to be vetted, and it's a standard form, you're going to say yes?
Yes,
You'll
so
live it?
all you're doing right now is telling us to go ahead and prepare that.
Right.
And bring it to you for review. You're not actually approving the regulatory permit. We just
Excellent.
wanted to make sure that's what you guys wanted before staff, and we spent tons of time on it. As Warren said, we've put some time in, we took it to planning commission, like the concept has been worked through.
We'll discuss it when this
But
comes
it will
back.
come back to you and you'll have the form and
Excellent.
the ordinance that does it.
That's a definite yes.
Yeah, all 4 of these are going to be returned to us at a subsequent meeting to go over again. So direction then to,
Yes on 3.
3, yes.
yes, yes, we got 4-0 on that. And then the last one is the amendment requiring existing holders of a conditional use permit, holders authorized for medical cannabis delivery, who also intend to conduct adult-use cannabis delivery operations, to apply for and obtain an amendment to their existing conditional use permit.
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
All done.
Well,
Yes.
okay, so we got direction, Warren, you got pretty much what you're going to be bringing back at a
That's what we
future date.
needed. We understand the time frame expectation.
Okay.
So Warren, one more technical question. So after we get everything processed and the resolutions resolved, are you going to have a time frame available for people once they have a valid CUP negotiated with the city for the time they submit that to the time they get their operating CUP? So not including the ones that are already starting in this process, but in the future. So if somebody walks in the door and they want to know how long it's going to take to get a license to operate.
Well, I think within that, 90 days, we talked about, we can deal with the existing ones. If somebody wants a new one, that's going to be a different process because they'll need to identify a site, we'll need to go through site plan review. So there's a lot of other things for new applicants to go through. But the 90 days, for Dubs and even Kinfolk is realistic.
Okay. Yep.
And then Megan's wants to lease under Dubs, so they're going to be under Dubs CUP, so they'll be covered by that.
Oh, by their CPU?
Yeah, there's one CUP for that site that'll it allows today 3 medical delivery offices.
Okay.
For Megan, that's just medical. That would be different for adult down the road.
Well, so that's what we're talking about, is to amend the Dubs CUP to allow adult delivery, and that we would do that process while we're kind of in that second reading process, getting them to planning commission to allow that.
That makes sense.
So that would allow Megan's to just follow suit right with Dubs. And
Right,
move into
and then they'd both have to go through the regulatory clearance process at the same time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So unless there's any questions, I think you guys have given staff direction on each of the 4 questions they had, so we don't need any additional motions or actions. Staff will just report back as quickly as they can.
Yep.
And we should be good, unless there's additional
That's like a
comments or
record.
questions.
4 for 4, that's not bad.
Okay, very good, thank you. Moving on, we have a city manager report, Mr. Huat.
Yes, just one item tonight. I wanted to let you know that we're continuing to do a lot of great planning work around the 4th of July event. Thanks to Angelica 14 and Linda Plesha for their leadership there. But I also wanted to note that we are still in need of sponsorships, both fiscal and in kind. So if there are folks out there that are interested in helping out, no amount is too small, and we're accepting all sponsorships. So we have some great benefits available to folks that are willing to sponsor. Everything's available on prcity.com, or contact the city manager's office and we'll get you pointed in the right direction. So thank you.
Thank you. Council business and committee reports. Let's start with Councilman.
Just one thing. I want to thank everybody from the city who participated with the Lewis Flampson First Annual Career Day. We had the coolest equipment. We had the best people. And I'm following up. I'm going to be making an appearance to their leadership class, where I will be answering the million-dollar question of what exactly is the city. I'll let you know how that goes.
Very good. All right. Councilmember Belge.
That's not quite the first one. We've done them in the past. We have. It's been a while, so thank you for resurrecting them. Brown Act training on the 6th, Youth Commission meeting. We had several, all of us participated in special city council meeting. We interviewed for advisory body committees. Thank you to the 25 applicants for Youth Commission. And I think we had 18 applicants for our new Arts and Culture Board. Thank you very much to everybody who applied. We had a senior citizen advisory committee with Councilmember Gregory, Parks and Recreation with Councilmember Beal, attended downtown Paso Robles Main Street Board meeting with Councilmember Beal. Thank you very much to everybody who's doing great work. Thank you.
Pro Tem Gregory.
Yep. So the senior advisory committee with Mr. Bausch, I was there. And then I want to expound a little bit on some of the interviews we did with all these people, just briefly. I won't take long, Chris. Anyway, we had 26 kids apply for this commission. 25, was it? Okay, 25. And the range of subjects was pretty amazing to me, but one of the most rewarding things to me is a great number of them were already in a mentoring program to help kids coming into the high school and mentoring them through the process. And Abbott, is that what's called? Yep. And really a wonderful program. Another thing that was mentioned by several of the candidates was mental health of our high school kids. A lot of them talked about that, and how it's an important place for young adults to have some support and help in that regard. And all of the applicants were very, very, very caring and really concerned about their fellow students, and that was really rewarding to see. And I just want to thank the staff for setting up so many interviews on one night. That it wasn't their fault. That it was really nice to see the interest, and especially on both on the students and on the arts, so it was very good. And we successfully made it through and came up with some good solutions. And that's it for me. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Steve. For me, I had Tascadero Water Basin, and of course, the Travel Paso Roundup. I think we had a city table there. It was very well attended at the Paso Robles Inn. We also attended the Pismo Beach ribbon cutting for the new fire station, police station. Very, very, very well done building down in Pismo. Met a lot of other elected officials there on that, and a lot of people were there. Congratulations to Pismo Beach, which they funded that whole project by their TOT and parking, believe it or not. It was amazing how they have this set up. So next we had the county mayor's meeting, which we met last Friday with, and that was well attended by all the mayors in Tascadero. Mayor Charles Bobo hosted. Upcoming events, we have the Paso Robles City Council meeting, special meeting, advisory board interviews tomorrow night, 5 o'clock. I thought it was 6, but it looks like it's 5 o'clock here.
I thought it was 6:30.
6:30? Okay, well.
It is 6:30.
Is it 6:30?
It is 6:30.
Yeah, you have it here
And
at
it
5,
was
okay.
on the agenda as 6:30.
Okay. 6:30 for the special meeting for advisory interviews. City office is going to be closed in observance of Memorial Day, 2025, 26. And coffee with the city, parks, library, and community service is going to be the topic. That's going to be May 29th, 7:30. That's a Friday, I believe. Mr. Hua will be handling that. Our next council meeting is going to be here in Norris Room, Centennial Park, June 2nd, 6 p.m. And I'd like to go ahead and make a motion then to adjourn in the memory of all the people who served in remembrance of the brave men and women for Memorial Day over all these many years that our nation's existed. So if we can do that, I'd sure appreciate it.
I'll make a motion to that.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Bausch. All in favor? Aye. We stand adjourned.
Thank you.